Hello everyone, welcome back to SAC Season 6. We are here with our third qualifier of our season, getting down to the wire. Teams are rushing to get those points. My name is Skepidillions and I am here with the amazingly wonderful Saf. Saf, are you ready to get to it?
Yeah, sports fans, I'm ready to get to it. I'm so excited to be here again for Tournament 3 of SAC. This is my second time on the mic for this one, and I am just jazzed to be here, Skep. I'm jazzed. Can you tell I'm jazzed?
Jazzed? Are you wiggling your little fingies?
Yeah.
Actually, yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's rad. I have not had the opportunity to commentate SAC so far this season, but I have done every single SAC for the past 2 seasons. I'm playing this season except for today, so I'm super excited to be on mic because I absolutely love commentating SAC. The matches are always fire. Everyone is always slay. People want their points. They want to get to finals, and this is such a unique format for Splatoon with its circuit. Oh my gosh, we didn't even get to talk about the teams! I'm gonna explode.
Well, we're going right into it. Flying Dutchman versus Data, everybody. This is going to be a really good one, and especially Flying Dutchman last week having such an awesome comeback and getting a really good match off on a Clan Blitz game where only one player was alive in order to get the points going in. And so, with comps, what we're seeing here, what do you see, Sep?
Honestly, I'm really looking at that leader, given that we're talking about Sturgeon. One down already on the side of Flying Dutchman, but we gotta have to keep in mind that both of these teams, they're very even. These teams have fought each other before back in Qualifier 1. That went 2-1 in favor of Data, and right now we can see that Data might be the first team to clear this checkpoint, but that's snatched away from Flying Dutchman.
Yeah, and you can see now, too, that Flying Dutchman has all players up and online. We're getting that tower back into the middle point and moving on down to checkpoint number 1. And E-Leader's got that special online. We're just kind of waiting to see where that rail breaker is going to go and how it's going to be supported, and especially having that Booyah Bomb coming out on the side of Data as well.
Yeah, but Flying Dutchman is going to very narrowly pull lead here with just Wug left standing on that right side. That bubble is going to get a couple of jumps in, but are they going to be able to scrap out this 2v1? Nay, that goes down, and we can see that Data once again gaining control of mid. A very scrappy first minute of the game here. Neither team really getting any substantial points onto that tower, so someone's going to need to get a foothold here.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we can see here that Data is moving that checkpoint once again back to that, moving back to that first checkpoint, and not only that, but taking the lead and having a crab right in front, defending that tower, making sure that nobody on Flying Dutchman can really get close. But unfortunately now we see that Data has 2 members down, now, nay, 3 members down, with only the Stamper being the last one standing, and Flying Dutchman now on the respawn trying to get those members off that tower.
Data absolutely feeding for this checkpoint, knowing that this game can be won so quickly once that second checkpoint is cleared, but it is just Ali up on window, and everyone on Flying Dutchman knows exactly where they are. Data continuing to jump in, trying to bleed out this push, but not finding any further success here as Flying Dutchman struggles to get control of their own court. My goodness, they just have to clear underneath their window here.
Yeah, and I think Data's doing an excellent job of kind of getting that paint on the ground where they need it, and really applying a lot of pressure in order for Flying Dutchman to try to make a proper response. And you can see here Toba doing work on that E-Leader, getting that crab straight out of their crab and taking that kill. That was an excellent kill, and I think that it was definitely necessary because that crab probably could have caused a lot of trouble.
Data picking up the tower once again, but this jump from the Stamper going to get camped. We can see Toba here shifting to this right side, trying to change their angle of approach here for this tower, knowing that it's probably going to find its way working forward. But Flying Dutchman needs a way into mid because they've burned special time and time again. But look at that mid, it's completely yellow. What are they going to do to get in here?
Yeah, and I think, too, like, there's definitely needs to be a little bit more ink coming out on Flying Dutchman's side, especially because if you want to keep a little bit more mobility going on your side and getting that tower moving, you definitely need the space in order to do that. But I think Data's really making it difficult for them to have that space to do that. And you can see here, Dio just being absolutely so patient, trying to look for that pick. and unfortunately not getting it, but able to jump back out and using that Zipcaster to make sure that they don't fall into the depths.
Yeah, sometimes you really need some movement like that. Quick thinking decision from Dio. And thankfully he had it that Zipcaster, but Ali reef sliding straight into the abyss. Does Flying Dutchman finally have an opportunity to break back into mid thanks to 2 consecutive flubs from Data? They do have that bubble online that will help them brute force their way in here. Finally having some pressure, but unfortunately going in and losing the fight to the Nautilus here.
Yeah, now you can see that there's at least 2 members on the tower for Flying Dutchman, and that Nautilus going down up on that platform. First checkpoint now, getting those points ticking away, and definitely having 2 players on the tower can help with that. Unfortunately, one of them going down, and you can see now that Mal's just trying to get away from this 2v1 and get out of that fight, but unfortunately to no avail, and that tower is going to move back to a neutral position in favor of Data.
But thankfully, Flying Dutchman has cleared that first checkpoint. So what they need now is a Hail Mary. They need to get this splash off of their snipe because he's probably going to pop Crab any second. And there we go. The Crab is online. The Zipcaster is out. That's a lot of damage being thrown in their direction, but Flying Dutchman handling it very well. The Crab being canceled by a junior of all things. They are in mid. They are on the tower. They don't even need to break the second checkpoint. They just need to get darn close to it.
Yeah, and this definitely with only going into overtime, this is going to be really crucial for Flying Dutchman in order to get the points that they need. You can see the Booyah Bomb is just kind of holding on to it there, waiting for the right opportunity to get that thrown, and Bubble coming out right after it, which I think was an excellent play by them. But then you can see now that you have the pressure from the Crab and you have pressure from 2 other players shooting onto that tower, and this one is going to go to Data.
The storm from the Nautilus was just so oppressive in overtime there. Just all that sweet, sweet hot chip on the tower, making it so hard for the members of Flying Dutchman to keep their toes on that tower, and you don't have much time. In overtime, you simply cannot get off because the moment you step off that tower, you're going to find yourself with an opponent taking it right from underneath you. So the decision there not to get off tower, while absolutely necessary, made it very easy for the remaining members of Data to come in and clean that up. Great play from Texture on the Nautilus there to throw the storm when they did, helping them secure it by 3 points that first game.
Yeah, too, and I really got to hand it to the Toba for playing the E-Leader. The mobility that the E-Leader for Flying Dutchman had was just incredible, and especially with them being able to get that shot on the Crab and just basically a headshot of the Crab Rider for the side of Data was just impeccable, and being able to not only have the space but have the patience in order to find the shots that you need, and being able to know, like, hey, you know what, this left side is getting a little too crowded for me, so I'm gonna go ahead and just take my leave and shift on over to that right side where that spinner was. And I think especially with having a backline on your team, and especially on a map like Sturgeon, you need to allow for that mobility to happen if you're going to have an aggressive front line coming at you.
Aggressive front line, and as we move forward to Rainmaker Mincemeat, they're going to need that aggression. Mincemeat, the only publicly acceptable map mode for Mincemeat Metalworks. It's still in the Looty list if you play that. I don't think we'll be playing any other forms of Mincemeat unless you're counterpicking the TC Mincemeat here at SAC, and if you do that, you're very brave. That being said, I think Flying Dutchman does have a little bit of an edge here. I'm not just saying that because they're trying to avoid the 2-0 here, but they have that leader in the hands of Toby, and Wavebreaker in terms of clearing both of those cars, getting a Wavebreaker up onto Snipe, using Wavebreaker to defend Elbow. There's so many beautifully volatile places for Wavebreaker on Rainmaker Mincemeat, and arguably you shouldn't be playing Mincemeat without a leader.
And no. Right now with composition, you can see Toba, yeah, we're just clinging tight to that E-Leader. I think that this is a really excellent pick for them on a map like this. But then you also see Texture coming in with a backline of their own with that heavy splatling. So it's going to definitely be the battle of the wave breakers here for our 2 backline players.
Yeah, Data recognizing the sweet utility of that wave breaker, but unfortunately losing 2 to Pop, so this is going to be a first checkpoint clear in under 20 seconds in favor of Flying Dutchman. Are they going to be able to push forward from this? Because we see Mr. Lee going forward with that splash and going down. They do get the pick on the Stamper though, so we are in a 3-3 situation, and that's a beautifully placed bubble, so I want to see them pick this up, and they do! Feeding to the crab, but regardless, those are points in their favor very early in this game.
Yeah, and I definitely think, especially when you get that first checkpoint broken, it's important to even if you need to, you can kind of just inch that Rainmaker forward and inch the fish forward. And sometimes that can really lead to a really big success in trying to get some points on the board. And you can see here now that Echo is really going to bide their time and really try to move forward, and jumping out at the right second and almost getting taken out by 2 different players on the Flying Dutchman. Wow, I would be sweating if I was Echo in that moment.
Sometimes you gotta recognize your moments to feed, and other times you have to recognize your moments to flee. Echo recognizing that they had not gotten the value that they needed out of that feed and taking the moment to jump out. Data finally picking up the Rainmaker, and they do have some nice space in mid. Unfortunately going very quickly 2 down, but we can once again see Echo trying very aggressively to clear this right side, putting up a lot of struggle here to give Data the room that they need to work.
Yeah, and I think once again, you have Toba is just such a strong backline in general as well. It's really, really important to be able to recognize where those flanks could be, and I think especially with Data having that aggression on their side and Echo trying to take that right side, not once but twice, that Toba is being very cautious and aware that there are flanks that could be had for Data.
Yeah, of course, when you're playing at this level, and everyone on the side of Flying Dutchman and Data, of course, is very experienced, at a certain point, you recognize a player's tells, right? Now, we've seen twice where Echo has tried to clear that right side of the map by themselves. So now the remaining members of Flying Dutchman are going to know to look for that and look for the splash as the signal for them to start pushing. And that's exactly what we just saw. The splash and the Tetras both came forward, both tried to clear forward, and both went down for it. But now on the re-engage, thankfully to some QR, that it does look like Data is going to break this second checkpoint because they win it on the re-engage.
Yeah, and I think that's so important too, like to not lose your footing. Even if you kind of have lost a little bit of ground, Flying Dutchman had a really strong opening here, getting it down to 53 points. And I think Data has done a really good job to be like, hey, don't get discouraged. Let's kind of reformat what we're trying to do and get back into formation. And it always just makes you wonder what's happening in that voice channel. And a lot of times too, I think with especially specific callouts, you can see exactly live what is being said in that voice channel. And I think we kind of just saw that with Data, with them trying to reformat their footing there.
Here comes the crab, going to brute force some pressure on right, but they don't have the fish, so any momentum and any space that they gain here is going to be to no avail. The fish is just sitting in mid, and you have the members of Data all the way feeding into the Flying Dutchman spawn. Those players were picked, which has now given the Flying Dutchman the momentum that they need in order to shift back into mid. Now they have that leader on that right stack, they have that crab on that right stack, and that is simply so oppressive. They're going to have an extremely difficult time pushing into that.
Yeah, and I think, too, they were able to respond with getting a lot of turf back down on the floor. That map was very yellow for a brief moment there until the members of Flying Dutchman were able to kind of break their way back into mid. And I think that was an appropriate trade to be had for Ali as well, especially because you had a 2v1, and I feel in a 2v1 situation, sometimes if you can take at least one player down with you, it can make it worth it. And I think the members of Data here are kind of struggling to kind of get that fish moving. You can see that they had it picked up there for a brief moment, but I think that the members of Flying Dutchman are now being very keen onto where that aggression for Data is going to be coming from.
You hit the nail on the head here, because now we find ourselves in a situation where Data is the ones that need to be creating space, and they need to be creating it quickly. We have Mr. Lee and Wug on that left side in order to be able to shut down any sort of semblance of a push there. We have Toba on snipe, obviously going to be watching for anyone who's brave enough to drop from car. We're finding Data in a situation where they are going down one member at a time, struggling to pop this fish in this precarious situation underneath their own car. The Stamper goes forward and tries to feed for it. The Splash goes forward and tries to get the pop. We're finding that another member tries to get the pop and goes down because it is simply shut down by Flying Dutchman by having that fish in that precarious situation In order to even attempt to pop it, Data would have had to put themselves in such a vulnerable position, and they found themselves unable to do it against Flying Dutchman's pristine positioning there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, too, it's kind of seemed like Flying Dutchman, once they were able to get a little bit of a lead there, they kind of were able to get comfortable. They were able to get into a comfortable position to play an optimal defense. And I think, too, especially with having a lot of the members of Data trying to go in one by one and feeding, Flying Dutchman just said, hey, you know what? You have to come to us in this situation.
Exactly.
And I think that is exactly what they were looking for.
And here we go. We find ourselves in the exact same position as Flying Dutchman and Data found themselves in Qualifier 1. We are 1-1 heading into Game 3. Arguably, the first round of Swiss is supposed to be lopsided, but these are two very even seeds. Data at 9th and Flying Dutchman at 12th in their group. So they're going to be duking it out on Brightwater Springs, another very backline favored map in general, where we're going to have Texture on presumably on heavy. Wavebreaker is also very good here versus Toba on that leader. I'm excited. Data took the 2-1 victory in Qualifier 1, so we'll see if it's any different this time around.
I'm hoping for Texture, if you can hear this, that you're gonna pick Ballpoint instead, because I just really want to see some Inkjet action coming out here. I know it's not the most optimal, but I'm just fiending for some Inkjet, and my mind's eye is saying Inkjet for this one.
But would you run Inkjet into leader?
If you're good. I'm just
Fair
kidding.
and valid. No, I mean, the heart wants what the heart wants, right?
Exactly, and sometimes you're kind of playing with a fly swatter, especially when you're trying to get Inkjet out of the air if you're playing a roller, and then you're also trying to pinpoint and get the Inkjet out of the air if you're trying to play leader. And I think it would definitely present a really big challenge for Toba, I believe, if they were to try to E-leader an Inkjet out of the air. But I'm still curious to see if that is a pick that will be made.
Here we go! One of my very, very favorite map modes in the whole game, Clam Blitz Brightwater in our Game 3, the first set of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
Oh my goodness, and there is quite an interesting comp coming from the side of Flying Dutchman. You still see Toba on that E-leader, just ready to go. You have the Forge Pro coming out and making an appearance in this one, and then we see our first T-Tech. We see our first try-striking T-Tech, and it's coming out for Flying Dutchman here.
Ooh, here we go. Data sticking with the same comp that they have been working with. It is Data who have their feet in mid. Wug and Toba still controlling that elbow, but that crab comes out online. That's going to put a lot of forward pressure here for the remaining members of Data to push their way in. They are going to find themselves very quickly and shockingly 2 down despite that pressure.
Yeah, and you can see too, I think Flying Dutchman has a really good foothold on their upper ramp right there, and now they're really trying to bust their way back into mid. You can see a jump in now coming from Wug, and now Wug and Moo making their way into mid, and Toba making their way into mid, having a lot of comfort to be able to be E-leader and coming back down into mid. And the members of Data are really, I guess, pushed back, honestly, and not really able to make their footing into mid, and Ali going down now with a trade to Toba.
A beautiful flank there from Ali in order to be able to create enough pull away of stimulus for the remaining members of Data to stop that push in its tracks. It only takes a group of players looking behind them for a split second for the remaining members of your team to come in and collapse on what was looking to be a really good push there. Data looking like they were holding an advantage, but going to very quickly find themselves 2 down in mid. This is just a very scrap of a game so far so quickly.
Yeah, and a lot of times too, in order to really get that effective push going, you really need to make sure that you take a lot of members of the opposing team out. And Toba here taking a little peek at that crab, getting an excellent pick right out the gate, right in front of basket there, and almost taking another pick of that, another headshot, a secondary headshot off of a crab user, but unfortunately not quite finding the pick that they were looking for. Wavebreaker now coming out for Flying Dutchman, trying to make some space and get some tracking and move the members of Data out and away from the basket. But Data applying quite a bit of pressure here, popping a Wavebreaker of their own, but not quite getting the clam economy together that they need in order to make a power clam just yet.
Oh, and there it goes. Just as you say it, the power clam is online, but the members of Flying Dutchman are exactly where they need to be in order to shut this push down. The Moo drops, gets 2 picks. The remaining members of Flying Dutchman are able to push their way in. They have control of their elbow once again. Beautiful cleanup from Flying Dutchman. Lee gets the pick here on that right side. Just what a phenomenal dissolution of that push, given how long Data was creating a trouble in their own elbow. Great plays there. And here we go. Are we going to see a counter push from the Flying Dutchman? The Booyah Bomb does come out. They know that the Stamper is on that left side. The Stamper is very, very weak, with the Wave Breaker here going to mark the members of Flying Dutchman and keep them out. Just the Wave Breaker after Wave Breaker in order to shut down these pushes. I mean, it's such a powerful special here.
Yeah, absolutely, and it provides so much space too, and especially in a place where the basket is really closed off. And now you can see Data making a response of their own and getting a power clam in there and following up with a few spare clams and now taking the lead down to the 68 marker. We still have a little bit less than 2 minutes to go in this match, so it still definitely is anybody's game at this point.
At this point, all the Flying Dutchman needs to do is dunk a single power clam and a little clam. The power clam by itself won't be enough in order for them to be able to pull in lead here, so they can't have someone solo YOLO it into basket. They have 3 specials online, but they need to focus on moving the heavy and shutting down the wave breakers, because the wave breakers this game have been shutting down every single push. It is so oppressive in elbow, shutting down all of Greats, all of elbow, and then swinging some into mid. So Flying Dutchman's success here is going to be how well can they deal with that heavy and watch their own backs to make sure Ali doesn't pull any flakes like that again.
And yeah, you could see too, Flying Dutchman was really holding on to their, kind of clutching their pearls there with their specials there for a while. But Data now having the clam economy with 20 clams in their pocket, ready to go and kind of make a push where they need to, with now 3 members of Flying Dutchman going down. At kind of unfortunate timing there, especially with them having such large a clam economy on their side. And we're kind of just trickling in, keeping this basket open as much as we can. You can see Dio there kind of trying to pick some fights, getting 2 picks now, with 2 members now of Flying Dutchman on the respawn trying to clear that basket out. 20 seconds left for Flying Dutchman here to make a response.
The amount of time that it took out of them in order to turn around and clear that basket, Dio buying just enough time for the remaining members of Data in order to get into mid. So now Flying Dutchman not only has to push from the other side of the map, but they have to go through all 4 members of Data to do it, and they also have to do it while they are 2 down. They are going to have 20 seconds of overtime. They have that big bubbler, but is that going to be enough? Data not going to be able to dunk here because they don't have the clam, so Flying Dutchman really does have all the fire underneath the feet, and they are running out of time. The specials are flying. They are trying to move forward. We do see Toba with the power clam. Lee trying to take a fight here. The power clam is exchanged, but smoke and no fire. There will be no members of Flying Dutchman able to get that clam in time and bring it all the way to the basket. Data won that game simply by playing time at the end, buying precious seconds away from Flying Dutchman in the final 40 seconds of the game. It was all the wind out of their sails that they needed to fly, and they sank.
Yeah, and I really got to give a shout out here to that last few seconds for the placement of where Texture was standing. Being able to have the confidence to push up, and especially with a heavy splatling and not really having as an aggressive sub in order to kind of give yourself a little space and room for defense. But Texture was just in a phenomenal position, I feel, for that last bit of time for Flying Dutchman to try to make a move there. You could see, like, at first they took 1 pick of 1 person from that lower elbow, and then they were able to take a 2nd pick when after that clam was getting thrown, and you could see that the T-Tech was trying to break in there and pick up that clam before time was to run out, but Texture was just applying a lot of pressure and being front and center with a charge ready to go to defend that remaining power clam that Flying Dutchman had. So a lot of times too, it can just really come down to that final positioning of where you're at and just seeing where that power clam is going to move.
Wholeheartedly agree. I honestly think the moment that Data won that game was not when they broke the basket for the 2nd time. It was the fact that they didn't get out of there quickly. You know, those couple of precious seconds where it takes to wait, the Stamper's behind us, and the turn around, try and get that pick, and then to worry about, okay, did they have any jumps? And then at that point, you just need to go. And Flying Dutchman taking the moment to try and check their corners, check their boxes, when in reality, they didn't have the time to do it, given that Data was going to be out of their own spawn in under 6 seconds, and then trying to set up a defense. At that point, you are working down the hours of the clock, and you don't have hours, you have seconds. Fantastic set. Another sweaty 2-1. Data showing that they are continuing to maintain their dominance over the Flying Dutchman, but over this past month, and you like to see teams not only improve, but you also like to see them hold forward in terms of what they strive to maintain. Really great job from Data there.
Amazing. We're gonna take a quick couple minute break here as the other teams are gonna get set up and ready to go. And so we'll be right back with you in just a little bit. Hey everybody, welcome on back to Swiss Round 2 of SAC. This week, I'm so excited for this upcoming matchup. We have Armageddon versus Silly Kitties. Silly Kitties having a really awesome week last week. And also, I believe this is my third time commentating for Silly Kitties, and I really do enjoy watching this team kind of do what they do best and kind of sweep with those best try and better try coming in as a pair on this one. So I'm excited to be here and commentate for them once again and seeing what Armageddon has to offer here.
Do you think they'll run double try? I hope they run double try. I think that would be very funny.
I'd like to think that they argue in voice chat about it.
So do I. Silly Kitties. I just adopted a new cat, so I'm feeling a little silly. So both of these teams got into gold bracket in qualifier 1. Armageddon getting second and Silly Kitties getting 4th. Unfortunately, Armageddon did drop last SAC, and for whatever gosh darn reason, Silly Kitties ended up in bronze on Qualifier 2. They did get first, so they did show, hey, like, we don't belong here. Armageddon and Silly Kitties have faced previously in Qualifier 1. They fought each other in Swiss, and Armageddon won that in a very strong 2-0 fashion. So whether or not we'll be seeing that again, I mean, I hope to see some Silly Kitty action, and I want to see what Allie can do, who is a new pickup from Silly Kitties brought over from Data.
I'm interested to see as well, and especially with having Silly Kitties having trying to find my words here. With Silly Kitties having like such a much more aggressive and frontline kind of comp that coming out that they like to use and practice with. I'm really curious to see how Armageddon is going to be able to respond to that, and especially having a really strong Wiper player coming from Zenith on the side of Silly Kitties. It can be really intimidating and frustrating to play two really aggressive Wiper players. And it's really interesting to see that Wiper is such a strong pickup these days for higher divisions. So I'm just jazzed. I'm once again really jazzed, Skep. I'm jazzed.
Oh my god. Alright, BRB, cut the Splatoon music. We need to bring in some blues in here. Or something. Some scat, I think, is the genre of jazz where you just make noises in rhythmic fashion. I like that. It sounds good. Kelpers, one of my favorite Kelp, really. I don't know if they're playing, because when I talked to Armageddon pre-season, they said that Kelp wasn't really going to be playing much, and that Gray was their tryout to replace Kelp. But I do love watching Kelp play, one of my favorite support players in existence. So I hope we get to see some Kelp. Regardless, I don't know if 3E, if that's Genesis or whatnot, but I do absolutely adore their Carbon from their campfire days. So, we'll see what we're getting into.
Oh my gosh, is that a mini?
Not just any mini, it's a Zimmy. Oh my god, let's talk about it. Okay, so Mist, really schnasty here. I like the way it shuts down Street. I also like the way it keeps people from slamming up walls. I think it's so underrated on this map. But not only that, is Silly Kitties running 1 Mist? Nay, they are running 2 Mists with that Try and that Zimmy. So we're gonna see some people stuck in their ink, and we're gonna see them coping.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Silly Kitties here is really very much being like, hey, flanks? Yeah, not gonna happen. That Mist is gonna really be preventative for a lot of those flanks that could maybe come out on the side of Armageddon. But what I'm really curious about is where Kipu is gonna be able to set up with this Hydra. I'm always curious about Hydra players, and especially on a map like Flounder Zones, where they're able to set up and find safety and comfort to where they can actually make some really effective plays here.
Yeah, because this position where Kipu is in right now, yes, it's great because you can affect all of zone, you can watch the opponent straight, you're giving callouts to your team, but also it's where the opponent is looking forward, and they're looking right at you, and they know they got to get you out of there. So that leads to some defensive action here from our backlines. And look, there it is, Woomy trying to go in and flank the Hydra. You know, they're really going to have to get Kipu out of there because Silly Kitties comp is going to struggle on the break-in, but it's going to excel in the lock and hold with the Wave Breaker and then the Tetris to go in and poke. So once they get a hold here, I'm curious to see what they can do because they're 3 down. Armageddon is 3 down.
Yeah, Silly Kitties doing a really good job on the respawns here, being able to get 3 players down and now ticking down that timer. And it looks like now we feel very comfortable. Silly Kitties definitely has got a lot of ink on those top 2 towers there. And you can see now that the members are going to be pushing down that right elbow, kind of towards where the spawn of Armageddon is. And Ali now throwing down that Wavebreaker, trying to provide space in that back corner area, especially having 2 members there with a bubble, nonetheless being able to play play very defensively. And unfortunately, I feel that Tri-Strike coming out was definitely there to kind of clear some space and make some way for Armageddon to try to push back in. But unfortunately, the wipeout is going to happen on Armageddon with Silly Kitties now having only 30 seconds left on the clock with still 3 minutes remaining. So if Armageddon is able to kind of break the lockout here, they can probably get something cooking.
But that 20 seconds is actually 15 because you're going to have to swim through those mists, right? The mists are just going to try and keep you out and bide that time. We do see Ali playing some very safe positions in mid. All they need to do is keep paint down. The Zimmy here trying their best to keep this in neutral. It is just the Hydra. That's going to be a very solid GG. Silly Kitties taking game 1 with a phenomenally beautiful, quirky comp, and it tickles my heart, Saf.
I know, I'm still smiling and laughing at the Zinni pick. And especially because Best Try being able to stand in that middle position where the zones went into neutral and they were able to just be like, hey, you know what? Not today. And they went ahead and not only paid theirs, and then they painted the other one and were able to get those last 2 seconds that they needed to take the game.
Just what an annoying comp to fight because you know you're gonna have to scale those walls, you know you're gonna have to flank, you know you have to swim because it's such a huge map, and then having to deal with 4 mists on the map at one time. And granted, I don't know if it's glare on my screen or whatnot, but I didn't see any mists, but I know that the mists were there just because of how Armageddon was playing. They simply couldn't break in. They tried to get in on the re-engage, got wiped, and then, you know, after that, they had to feed in 2 at a time because there were only 26 remaining. 2 went down. One of them the Slosher went all the way across the right side, tried to get into zone. You know, there was very little that they could do just because the amount of time that Silly Kitties had bought themselves, and I said it, that it was going to be difficult for Armageddon to break in against that comp once Silly Kitties got a hold. They tried their best to not let Silly Kitties get a hold. It went for the first minute of the game, and, you know, it was very, very close. But once that first minute passed and once Silly Kitties got a hold of that zone, it was GG's. Flounder Heights is 1 in neutral. It is 1 in that first game, and Silly Kitties showed what they can do. My question next is, will we be seeing that same comp on Tower Control Eeltail, or was that a gimmick for Flounder Zone specifically?
I'm wondering the same thing too, Scout, especially because you said it so truly. There wasn't really that much miss to be had, and especially having at least 2 on the team. And I'm wondering, was that just for intimidation? Was there a different kind of plan in mind, and they were able to kind of keep things moving along as they were able to, so mist wasn't really necessary? Again, it's one of those things in the voice chat. What's going on in there? What are we talking about?
And what are we cooking?
Yeah, what are we cooking? What's being discussed? Because 2 mists came to the party, and 2 of them are now leaving the party without really much interaction with any other folks that were there.
We'll see. I want to know if that was a gimmick, if they had a plan because people hate Flounder Zones, or what it were. Ooh, what is it? What is it? Ah, yeah, look at that! The double mist is gone. It was Flounder Zones. I cry.
I'm laughing because I see Rabid Blaster.
What are these comp?
Oh my gosh, you love to see it, and especially a Rabid Blaster and almost kind of a double backline in a way, arguably going on for Silly Kitties, having that heavy splatling and that Rabid Blaster. And I'm curious to see where the Rabid Blaster is going to be able to really utilize the ink vacuum here, and especially with having the aggression coming from the splash and coming from the 52 gal for Silly Kitties. Where does that ink vacuum kind of fit in? I'm super curious to know.
That vac is going to fit in either on that second checkpoint or on top right in order to stall out any sort of Booyah Bomb, any sort of special that tries to clear that top right. Because everyone knows that once you get that tower to that third checkpoint, if you were on offense, where are you looking? You are looking top left. Because that is the only stable point of defense that an opponent can set up. So that vac going to be very useful in setting up any sort of defense there and against such a strong offense. And we can see Silly Kitties already having cleared that first checkpoint, doing their best to try and snowball this right on over.
Yeah, now we're seeing that they're at checkpoint number 2, and Armageddon had a really strong opening here, but now Silly Kitties is just saying, hey, you know what? That's nothing to gawk at. We can do the exact same thing. Now that checkpoint is just, or that tower is smooth sailing right over onto checkpoint number 3 with only a couple ticks getting onto there, and with 2 members down now for Armageddon, I think that might be the end of their push there. So now Silly Kitty is going to have to make a response with at least 20 points and some change to go to try to get back onto that 3rd checkpoint.
Keep in mind that Silly Kitties has already won more games off of Armageddon than they did in Qualifier 1. They have taken their 1 game, they have shown their improvement, and now, also keep in mind that Tower Control Illtail is a map mode that is won in the snowball. It is won by relentless offensive pressure, so the first team to really get a hold in here is going to be the one to win it, and it's Armageddon that has already broken that second checkpoint. Silly Kitty is going to be on their back foot, but can they break the second checkpoint? Because it can all be over right here. The only stable point of defense that Armageddon has is that wave breaker. That wave breaker is going to be on top left. The wave breaker is popped. Silly Kitties at this 3rd checkpoint. They are 1 point away from a lead as that Booyah Bomb comes out. Can they get a body on the tower? No, because Kipu shuts it down.
Yeah, Kipu was in a really good position there, having wave breaker ready to go and able to kind of almost provide like a flank that came to them, if that makes sense. That tower was already coming to them, but they were ready to go on that flank to kind of shut down that push. And you hate to see it too if you're on the side of Silly Kitties, because being able to get a solid push and being just 1 point shy can be really rough, and a lot of times too can kind of break down the momentum that a team may have in order to try to get a push going. But I think Silly Kitties here is just not going to let that deter them now, with Tower going back into neutral position and having 3 players up and trying to get some ink back down into mid, provide that mobility and getting that jump in from the machine now coming back in. And you can see Reef Slider from the top view, the bird's eye view of Reef Slider coming in and grabbing a pick and taking another, getting chip damage and taking another pick.
But look how much value they got off of that Reef Slider, right? Because now the members of Armageddon are all looking at their rear. Silly Kitties has this leader excellently set up on this top right, getting pick after pick. I want to see them. I want to see them pick Lewis. Lewis is down. Oh, this is it. This is the moment that Silly Kitties pulls lead. Are they going to take the game right here? Because it can happen. That 3rd checkpoint is broken. It is just the try and the best try on top of that tower. 3 points remaining as they towards that KO in a 2-0 set, taking the victory, showing the reverse of what Armageddon did to them Qualifier 1. Oh my gosh.
I'm laughing right now because like right when the Lewis jumped off of the spawn, the snipe just happened, and then immediately as the tower went into that final position, the wipeout happens. Just really a really beautiful series of events to happen for Silly Kitties, I feel, in those last few moments. And especially, like you said, breaking that 3rd checkpoint, it's just a straightaway at that point to try to get there as quickly as possible. But you could see that Armageddon definitely was trying to get response time back up as quick as possible to try to stop push. But I think Silly Kitties was able to have so much space to like expand their offensive in that moment, because you could see there was 1 member of Silly Kitties all the way to the left side on that top left elbow, and then you could see that there was another or 2 members of Silly Kitties on the other side of Best Try being on the tower and getting that E-leader push on the tower. And so I think Silly Kitties was able to really just position themselves so well in that final push there.
ITC Illtail it's once a push starts going, and it just keeps on going, and it keeps on going, and like really, like that's what it's all about. What are you waiting for? Just go ahead. And I want to shout out Quark and Nick, who have been working StreamCord this morning. Thank you. Keep the rematches coming. I'm digging this. Without any further ado, congratulations to Silly Kitties for, going 2-0 today when they went 0-2 a month ago. Fantastic job for them there. And we will be right back with some more SAC action. Don't go anywhere. Hello everyone and welcome back to SAC Swiss Stage. My name is Skepidillions and I am here with the wonderfully amazing Saf. And I believe what is our final round on block. We have two very exciting Division 4 teams for you, Frostbite and Cherry-Dolphins. How excited are you jazzed for this, Saf?
I'm so jazzed, dude. I have been watching Frostbite, I feel, for the past, 2 weeks. I've been watching a lot of Frostbite and seeing a lot of what they bring to the table, and so I'm really excited to see what they are going to offer here, and especially with both of these teams playing in Ludi and being in the same division. Cherry-Dolphins going 5-0 in their group stage, and Frostbite going 4-1 in their group stage for Ludi. So, man, I'm just excited to see what these two teams are going to bring together here at SAC, facing off and this duking it out in this 1v1 third round of Swiss.
They're getting a taste of what each other is capable of, right? Because you never know. They might end up facing each other in their sweet, sweet Ludi bracket. Say what you want about Ludi, but I love it. And I love how it creates these... It literally is like, here is everyone that is of your skill level and you should be scrapping with. And then they just give them to you. Like, here's a list of potential scrim partners. Like, I love it. So I want to see what these two can do, because we might be looking at a premonition of our Ludigrams.
Absolutely, and I'm curious to see here, and especially something that I just love shouting out about Frostbite, about Cherry-Dolphin, something I love talking about with Frostbite is especially that Safra on Frostbite used to be a member of the team Up the Ante, and they were notified to be a Dynamo player, and they are playing the Splash. It is such an amazing change-up, and I just love to see it.
Yeah, but they're also running that double crab, which makes me sad. Double crab makes me sad. But we can see that Cherry-Dolphins might be the first team to dunk here, and we know how snowbally that this map mode in particular can be. It's Clan Blitz, Mahi Resort, and once a push starts going, it really does not stop. Here we go with two power clams very quickly in succession. They do manage to clear the zap out of their plat, so that is a huge defense from Frostbite. So where are they going to stick them crabs?
Right, where are you going to position those crabs and how are you going to use them? But now we see Safra is going to have a crab on this small box in mid here, just trying to get some ink up onto the platform of Cherry-Dolphins. And Frostbite, really great on the response here. Having 60 points in is nothing that they are going to really falter at, because they already have so much coverage going on in mid, and now Safra going down with having a power clam in their possession, but we still have another power clam in the possession of Frostbite, just trying to kind of look for an opening here to see if we can try to get some clams into that basket.
Sliding in and getting a pick with it, but very quickly going to be followed up. So neither team having control of mid right now. They're all just scrapping on the extremities of it. We do see the machine trying to push up. That's going to pick on Safra. That's going to be some forward presence to work with for Cherry-Dolphins if they manage to get it. A 2-1 situation with just X-Ray left standing on that plat. What a scrap, and this is absolutely, say what you want about Clan Blitz Mahi, but I love it because it's just a constant scrap for mid.
Yeah, you said it exactly like what I was thinking. I'm literally nodding at everything that you're saying right now. And now Cherry-Dolphins is actually going to make their second follow-up with this second push of another power clam going into that basket. You can see that there's a little bit of a crab battle going on. That bubble coming out to protect Uzi to get just a few more ticking points back into that basket. But Safra doing a really great job of just trying to provide some ink and trying to get the members of Cherry-Dolphins out and away from that basket as best as they can. And there's a lot of clams being spawned into mid here with a really great pick going on from Zoyo onto X-Ray. You have 3 members down once again on the side of Frostbite, and another power clam from Cherry-Dolphins going in there with a few more to follow up.
They just keep on pushing, and there are all those clams on that right side, and we see Awuzi has access to those clams. They only need to dunk 3 more clams, and they're tossing them to the splash. The splash dunk's 2 of them, but not the last. Awuzi left alone on that right side, but here comes Luigi. Is Luigi going to be able to land this dunk before the end of the timer? No! Cherry-Dolphins ending that push with 2 remaining, and is the Shark going to get value? The Shark is not going to get value because X-Ray is going to come up behind them and get that pick. Now, Frostbite might finally start to be able to push, but this is Clan Blitz Mahi. This push potentially could not end.
Yeah, and you could see too, X-Ray was trying to maybe clear a little bit of space with that Reef Slider, but unfortunately, maybe just getting a little bit of chip damage, but not quite getting a pick or two that I feel that they were trying to look for here. You can see Sapphire's kind of trying to keep an eye on this flank here. There's a this way coming out, trying to see if we can maybe find our footing and get our way into that flanking position over there, but I think Cherry-Dolphins is doing a really good job of spreading their players out a little bit thin, and it's actually working for them, because a lot of times when you spread your players out a little too thin, it can be a detriment and it can be a little bit scary. And I think Sapphire's did a good job there of trying to build that power clam and just have it available to use that crab to try to fill some space and get a member of Frostbite to try to pick that up and try to get in there. But once again, Cherry-Dolphins is not letting up on the defense. They're very comfortable with their 2 points, and especially with Frostbite going to have to make a 78-point push plus some change with that penalty going. Cherry-Dolphins is definitely very comfortable here with the last 55 seconds in the game.
Especially with 2 down on the side of Frostbite. Time and time again, I really like Sapphire's crabs, as you mentioned. They're always just very forward and generating of space for Frostbite to be able to utilize, but I'm just finding time and time again they're not using them. Cherry-Dolphins using that crab space like we saw in those final moments in order to be able to, you know, to push forward and to move their bodies forward and to physically take space. And on a mode like Clam Blitz Mahi, where the entire name of the game is how do you keep your opponent out of mid, that's everything. You keep opponents out of mid by being on their plat, and Cherry-Dolphins was able to set up on Frostbite's plat time and time again, and that's why those pushes were so damaging.
Yeah, and I think too, because Cherry-Dolphins was able to really take advantage of getting set up really quickly, it seemed like Frostbite was kind of struggling with that. And especially if your team can get set up a lot quicker than the opposing team, then you're definitely going to have a lot better chance of getting the clans that you need and being able to provide the space that you need in order to either get the picks that you're looking for, or maybe even have the opportunity to flank or get in there and provide a lot of aggression. And I feel that Frostbite just wasn't quite able to find their footing after those first initial pushes. And so Cherry-Dolphins really was able to take advantage of that. And even though Cherry-Dolphins definitely had less control of mid for a lot of that game.
Yeah, but something I'm looking forward to on Splatzone's Makamar is, unfortunately, the double crab makes me sad, but it's really good on Makamar. It's really good on Splatzone's Makamar in particular. You pop a crab on each of those stacks, you look forward, GG. So we are going to see Frostbite. Are we going to see them bringing out the double crab? We are going to see them sticking with the double crab. And also the leader in the hands of Sunguro. That's very, very oppressive. Push into me kind of energy.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm seeing here too, we still have X-Ray with that Reef Slider and those Tetras able to really use a lot of mobility here. And I think they are definitely going to need it, especially going against something like an NZAP with having that Tacticooler and providing a lot of movement for Cherry-Dolphins. You're going to definitely need to have a lot of more movement coming out from Frostbite in order to try to combat the quick respawn time and a lot of mobility.
Yeah, and that first initial engagement won by Cherry-Dolphins despite Frostbite's initial cap of that zone. As you mentioned, the movement and the fact that they were just able to run down those crabs being relatively stationary, you know, having to hunker down and tank forward. The movement that Cherry-Dolphins was able to summon with that zap is what gave them that competitive edge over them in the last grab. Cherry-Dolphins holding onto the zone here temporarily as the members of Frostbite finally work their way up into the zone. Very clean engagement of that last 4v4, scrap by scrap, in order to be able to finally take that zone. Now they just need to focus on setting up what their comp is about, and that's locking them out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel if they're able to really utilize those crabs and get them on the stacks in proper positioning, that they will be able to really be successful in a good lockout. With now Frostbite taking the lead, but Cherry-Dolphins really quick on the response time, able to take that zone back very quickly. A really awesome pick here by Uzi getting that bubble out just in time and getting not one, but now 2 picks, taking X-Ray out with them as well and getting a little bit more ink out and just, again, maintaining that mobility, and very quickly Cherry-Dolphins is able to take that lead back.
Roller underneath this left flat always scares me so much, and I'm so relieved that Frostbite does manage to get that pick on a Woozy. They managed to work their way into the zone here, but this re-engage is very, very stressful because they have to deal with Ninto on that right side. Ninto finally goes down. They do manage to get that pick, and right now working their way up. 2 down, it's just a Woozy the Roller. This is Frostbite's moment to shine. Now they can get those crabs, they can get their leader on that stack, and they can force lead here if they manage to stall this out.
Yeah, absolutely. And Uzi really made a good call there, I think, to jump out. They knew that they were the last one standing. They tried to kind of hold that left side elbow a little bit longer to see if they could try to get their mates in there to push again and get close. But I think just knowing when to make the proper jump out, you got to do it before you think that you should do it. And I think Uzi there was able to really do that effectively. Now with Frostbite having 24 points on the board with still 2.5 minutes to go, I feel now since we've been very tit for tat this whole match, it's still in anybody's favor at this point, because both teams have clearly shown that they are able to get a borderline lockout on each other and push each other out of the zone.
Strongly agree. I thought Frostbite's lockout on the last engagement was successful. They did manage to buy a lot of time off the clock. They did manage to pull lead, but now they have to deal with the fact that they have this Booyah, this crab coming out from Cherry-Dolphins. There's a lot of fire pressure all at once, and X-Ray's beautiful, excellent slide in order to be able to work back into the zone, but it's simply not followed up. None of their teammates are in position, so Cherry-Dolphins possibly going to be able to just squeak this lead on by here.
Yeah, and once again, Cherry-Dolphins able to take the lead, and not only that, but a wipeout with it. They were able to go shopping in the aisles of Micomart, and they said, hey, you know what? We're going to actually take this lead back with this coupon, and we're actually going to take the lead with us with just a few seconds remaining and going ahead and going to take the set from Frostbite.
A clean 2-0 set in favor of Cherry-Dolphins over their Div 4 rivals, Frostbite. I honestly, the double crab, I felt like Cherry-Dolphins did a great job of simply running them down, and honestly, the tacticooler, I believe, as you mentioned, was the difference maker there. Simply able to just get in, force the crabs to move. You can't find value in your crabs if you're constantly having to deal with people running you down and dodging Booyah bombs. There's a lot of offensive pressure on those crabs, so Cherry-Dolphins possibly just winning via the comp diff and showing that there are these emerging counter strategies to our crab meta after the most recent patch.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and that's something that I really like to see, because a lot of times when you scroll through Splatoon Twitter, a lot of it is just complaining about the crab meta and complaining about it. But when you can see a comp or comps coming out that emerge from this and that they're able to say, hey, you know what, double crab, that ain't no thing. We can combat that easily, and we just have to figure out how. And I think Cherry-Dolphins was able to really show that here against Frostbite, but that's not to say that Frostbite didn't really hold their own in this battle. They definitely did, but there's always room to grow for everybody on both sides. And I think that Frostbite too, especially going into the Div 4 playoffs with their rivals of Cherry-Dolphins, they're able to really take away a lot of stuff from this setup with them if they are going to face them again in the Ludi playoffs.
You know, I do want to take a moment to shout out both of these teams. Cherry-Dolphins is their first time playing an SAC this season, so I didn't have any data on them, as you know, Saf. The people do not know. They had a Sendo.Inc team profile set up, so this is your Skeply reminder to go ahead and set up a Sendo.Inc team profile if you're a competitive player, so that way when us commentators are out of luck, we know where to find you. Thank you, Cherry-Dolphins. You're very based. Also, Frostbite had a Sendo.Inc profile. Thank you, Frostbite. Incredibly based of you. Go to Sendo.Inc. SAC, not sponsored by Sendo.Inc.
Yeah, we want to talk about you. We want to be able to talk about you and share your accomplishments. So making a Sendo.Inc profile is not only helpful for other people to say, hey, you know what, this guy's really good, but it's also really helpful to us so that we can hype you up.
Yeah, thank you so much for pointing that out, Saf. I'm so glad that you did. Let's take a look at the rest of the group stage, thanks to Lovely Elemental pulling this up on stream. We can see this is round 3. This is where we're ending up. Ooh, Espresso is 1-1 in data. That's really exciting. Because Data and Espresso thought previously, if I recall correctly, Espresso and TNT took them 2-0 last week in SAC. So Data possibly coming back and fighting that tooth and nail. Also, Watermelon and Healthy Diet Fruit groups fought previously, if I recall correctly. Let me look at that. Oh my god. Yeah! No, they didn't! I'm hallucinating. They did not fight previously, but regardless, Healthy Diet Food Groups and Watermelon both at the top of what we got going on at SAC. So, very exciting games. Espresso and Data. I wonder what's going on there. But without further ado, we do have the rest of our rounds to get for you today. You will be hearing from Broken Pinky and CAJ Man. So, Sap, it was lovely commentating with you for the very first time ever today. Where can the good people find you, homie?
You want to find me, first of all, Skep, it's been wonderful and lovely to be on this microphone here with you this afternoon on a beautiful Saturday at SAC. But if you want to find me, you can find me on Twitter at Safirea. That's 2 P's, 2 A's, Safirea. And if you just so happen to want to come and say hi to me on Twitch sometime, I'm at twitch.tv/Safirea, but I am on hiatus currently, so Twitter is the best way to come and bother me. Or if you see me around the streets of Discord channels, hit me up. And Skep, what about you? Where are you?
Oh my god, hi. My name is Skepidillions. You can find me in your Battlefy chats when you don't report scores on time, but you can also find me on Twitch, Twitter, and TikTok, unfortunately, at Skepidillions, as has been seen on screen. Please, you can also find me on Squids on Ice. Yes, please, please come hit me up in Jacksonville, Squids on Ice. Without any further ado, we have some more amazing SAC action for you. Don't go anywhere and stay fresh.
Welcome back to SAC Tournament number 3. I am CAJman777, but please call me J-Man. Joined on this lovely commentary block with Pinky. Pinky, how you doing today?
I'm doing amazing, man, J-Man. And yeah, we're here. We're in Swiss round 4 of Tournament 3. I'm super excited to be here, and we're going to have a great match coming up, I'm pretty sure. We're going to be looking at SynRG versus Rabid, which, I mean, eagle-eyed viewers and attentive viewers will know that this is actually a rematch from last week. These two players fought in Tournament 2 in semifinals. I'm not sure if that was on stream, but Rabid did come just ahead, so maybe SynRG has their chance to get some revenge here.
And I would love for SynRG to get their revenge here as well, and I'm sure they're thinking about it considering they came in 3rd place last tournament where Rabid came in 2nd. So this is going to be a very good matchup between these two teams. Our first map is going to be on Rainmaker Scorch Gorge as well, so a very interesting map mode combo. I'm still back and forth on this one, Pinky. I'll be honest with you. I love the path on the right side, but I feel like that left side path still has no use.
You know, you're right, but like sometimes you can just put a Tacticooler down, and I don't know, Tacticooler did get buffed. We might see some funny little RP zaps. Just put a little juice down and just run across that bridge as fast as possible. So there is some viability that can be extracted from it, but yes, mainly you're going to be pushing through that right side choke point, and while it's so brutally difficult to get there, if you can get to like the 50-point mark, it can be really snowbally from there. So it's an interesting dynamic of the stage where you're sort of into a very hard-pressed neutral, and once you get past it, you can just knock out that the other team isn't careful enough.
Yeah, and you're right about that, especially as, again, as you say, going past that first checkpoint, go right into your opponent, basically go right into your opponent's spawn down into their pit area there, and then you got to go up the ramp. But you're right, it does snowball a lot of points very quickly here. And I'm interested to see, what SynRG is going to bring out. Are we going to see their double splash potentially come out on Rainmaker Scorch Gorge? Crab Tank, especially in Rainmaker Scorch, can be very threatening, especially if you put the crab on that, that little snipe area, if you manage to get up there.
Oh yeah, exactly. If you can get that positioning, if you can breach past mid, it's just so brutal. But we might see some of that brutality here. Game 1 between SynRG and Rabid. We see the Junior, the V-Bucket, and the Bamboozler come out.
Oh my god!
Splash. Hey, they heard your plan about the crab, and you know what? They want to do it. But yeah, Rabid is going to have adapt on that bucket that they've just been so keen on, and the Bamboozler is going to come out for Rabid as well. Very interesting comp from them.
Yeah, and obviously we're going to be having a quick fight for neutral. It looks like the Rainmaker was already popped as well. And look at this, already one Crab Tank coming out on the side of Rabid, but it's going to get shut down. 2 of the splashes immediately are going to be shut down, and SynRG is going to be starting to make the... I'm sorry, not...
I think that is Rabid with the Rainmaker right now.
I believe it's Rabid with the Rainmaker, yes. So Rabid making their first push, and they're already breaking through that first checkpoint here, Pinky, and it looks like they want to continue as Squeak. Going to be using the Junior, good, pops the shield, very good placement here. Going to be able to just spam Rainmaker shots under the shield, maybe give their team a chance to push up here. Not going to have much more time on that shield, though, as the Crab is going to come out to defend it. Now Squeak is in a really dangerous spot, Pinky, and just tries to go for points, but doesn't get much.
Yeah, only down to 61, but notably, Rabid did get it past the first checkpoint very early here. In under a minute, getting past that first checkpoint is really nice. If they can get back there, things seem to snowball out of control, but already SynRG's regaining control of their plat. They got 2 dead on the side of Rabid, but one of their splashes gets picked off. Rainmaker's trying to make something happen on the right side, trying to be supported by the heavy splatting in front of them. He's just trying to go forward, trying to be as careful as possible, but these bombs coming from Rabid are just so hard for SynRG to push forward. The Junior has the bubble, and the Tri-Strikes are online, but the T-Tech is taken out as soon as they grab him. Here's the Autobomb. Just the Autobombs from the Bamboozler are being so annoying. The Tri-Strikes from the Slosher are coming out as well, just really cornering Half, and Half has not made a lot happen with this Rainmaker timer just because they've been stuck on this low ground.
Yeah, that's a really tough spot, especially if you're the Rainmaker solo pushing out, but it looks like a lot of the members of Rabid are taking out members of SynRG faster than SynRG can even defend the Rainmaker, so unfortunately Half was forced to just stick there and spam Rainmaker shots as Rabid now regains control of the neutral site, as basically the entire team of SynRG was wiped out there, and you already got some jump sync coming up from Rabid, but this Rainmaker, just one person popping it on the side of Rabid right now, but they're looking to make another push here. We'll have to see what SynRG can do on the defense, as of course we're going to get the Crab on the grates. This is a really powerful spot for the Crab, obviously getting at the one spot where Crab Tank is useful on this map, the one spot maybe, using those grates for defense rather than offense. for the side of SynRG here is now Helper's trying to go in. Gets a couple hits on Aaron. Does pick up the 2v1, though, onto Candy on the side of Rabid. And they are going to be able to break through this checkpoint, which is very big for SynRG here, as now you've got Respect with the heavy. Going to be picking up the Rainmaker, and we talked about this Crab Tank getting on this top section here, Pinky, and they are able to do it and push the lead to 35.
Yeah, that was a great push from SynRG there. They got 2 down, or they got Rabid 2 down, and they just kept pushing forward. And Rabid is still 2 down right now. Junior coming from spawn, but the Tentatek is still down. Aaron on this Bamboozler trying to just keep SynRG out of the base as much as possible. They do not want the Rainmaker to get any lower than 35. And Rabid has only 2 minutes left to make a comeback right now. And SynRG is still in their base right now. The swap does go down though, but Adapt is dead on the bucket. This is just so hard for Rabid right now, but the Rainmaker is reset. Now they're going to try and get a little bit of control in mid, but these crab tanks are just popping. It feels like every 5 seconds, and it's just so hard for Rabid to get some control. The Bamboo has to wail online, though, but...
I think part of the issue that we're seeing here, though, Pinky, is you have Aaron, right? And Aaron's playing a Bamboo. While it is very good at painting, it is a 2-shot kill, but the biggest problem is you're going up against 3 crab tanks. As soon as one of those gets popped, you can't push back on your snipe, so Aaron's really struggling in that department and gets 2v1 by a pair of splashes there and goes down. As now SynRG going to be going up the left side, actually up the great side, going to try and get a couple points. Rabid was not expecting this. They were expecting the Rainmaker to come to the right side, and now you've got Pose popping up Crab Tank. Unfortunately, half is going to fall, going to be forced now to move to the right side, but looking like they're just trying to sit in mid. They do have the lead. They don't have to push at the moment, but now half looks like they're going to be pushing up to into their spawn. 2 members down, going to go behind this pillar. This is really good cover. Might be able to get a couple more points, just not able to, but it's still a very solid push from SynRG, and they're just keeping the members of Rabid back right now. As the Rainmaker's going to get popped, they might be able to get a couple more points here, Pinky.
Yeah, they didn't. You said they didn't have to push, but they said why not? We have the man advantage right now. They still do. They try and get the Suicide Rainmaker. They do get 1 point, but they still have the man advantage over Rabid. It's just the bucket and the T-Tech left alive, and SynRG has control of the Rainmaker again, pushing it down to 16. Rabid only has 35 seconds to respond to this, but finally, 3 on SynRG go down. Candy on this Tentatek is just trying to move as far forward as possible. They have the Tri-Strikes online, which can help push SynRG back even more, but Candy's really focused on getting paint. Gets the trade on Respect, but you know Candy would have wanted to stay alive there. There's only 20 seconds for this Rainmaker to make it all the way to 15. Nice pick on post from Adapt with the bucket. Very well done. Rabid is just going to try and file in, and we're going to be going into overtime, it looks like.
Oh, Adapt's not in a good position, though, to challenge this Crab Tank. Going to be forced to back up at the moment, and you got to love and respect Adapt's bucket play here. Adapt is just waiting for an opportunity to strike with that bucket from long range. Gonna slosh it up to the top, but no, Adapt doesn't know there's someone on the flank. Finally sees him on the flank, still gets the pick, unfortunately gets traded out. So it's 1 down on both sides. Unfortunately, in overtime for Rainmaker, there is a timer, so the members of Rabid are going to be forced to push here, or they are going to run out of time. They need to paint up this ramp. 16's a big push. This Crab Tank is not going to let them do it, though, as 2 Crab Tanks on the side of SynRG coming out. 5 seconds left on the Rainmaker. Squeak has to make a desperate attempt, and is not going to be able to, Pinky, and SynRG will take game 1.
Yeah, Rabid just ran out of time at the very end. Had that Rainmaker had another 20 seconds, it could have made something happen. It would have forced those Crab Tanks to be delayed a little bit longer, but with how it was, that was very difficult for Rabid to win. And SynRG just beautifully capitalizing on their aggressive pushes to just make things so hard for Rabid, and they take game 1 just like that.
Triple splash. I mean, can we just talk about that for an
Splatoon 3 for
moment?
3 splashes.
Splatoon 3 with 3 splashes and 3 Crab Tanks happening 15 seconds apart. This is just absolutely insane. the meta we currently have in this game. I mean, really.
This is the video game we choose to play, ladies and gentlemen.
But I don't really think they're going to be putting out 3 splashes again on Rabid, especially on Clamblitz, Eeltail Alley. Now, while Crab is, I feel, generally pretty powerful on Clamblitz, Eeltail Alley, 3 I feel like might be a little bit overkill for the side of SynRG here. So maybe you're going to see, you know, a change-up. Maybe you're going to see the Junior come back out, most likely, from Cap, or you're going to probably see maybe a longer range pick from Respect going on to the Squeezer back here. I mean, again, Eeltail Alley is one of those longer maps. You do want a little bit longer range. Respect could jump on the Squeezer. We could see them still back on the Heavy here. I am interested to see if they, you know, Pose will bring out a machine here. But considering we're seeing a lot more splash and Rabid might have to adapt here, especially to SynRG, it's going to be interesting to see whether we see a machine come out.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things Rabid can do with their comp, you know, in sort of response. I think you were correct in that Bamboozler is really struggling with those crabs. So maybe SynRG is going to stick with 3 just to really keep that Bamboo out. Maybe one of the shooters is going to switch out, or one of the splashes on the side of SynRG is going to switch for maybe a 10 attack or a 52 gal, both of which I think are very strong picks on the stage. That splash wall is just so annoying to deal with on that push option, and of course, Tri-Strikes are always going to be Tri-Strike. They're just incredibly dominant in this meta right now, and maybe they can deal with Rabid bringing a crab of their own should they choose to.
Yeah, but I do think we are going to be still seeing that T-Tech come out on the side of Rabid here. Again, Tri-Strike is powerful, and it looks like, yes, we are going to be seeing that. The Bamboo is going to stay as well on the side of Rabid, and Respect is bringing out the Squeezer here, making it a very powerful splash wall, but we're still seeing the 3 crab tanks from SynRG come out, Pinky.
It's triple Tri-Strike versus triple crab. This is where we're at. This is what we're doing. This is what we're playing this game for, but right now we're getting into game 2. If SynRG wins this, they win the set, which is going to be huge for them in Swiss, but right now we're just in a neutral stalemate. That Squeezer is trying to get set up on that bridge area. That Squeezer heavily outranges everything that Rabid offers, which is so annoying, but here come those Tri-Strikes, here comes the Whale. These global specials or these long-range specials are already coming out. The crab tank is going to get shredded there, not going to accomplish much. Adapt does lose that 1v1 though, but there's just the splash alive for SynRG. Half is the last alive. And Rabid already broke through that barrier, and half is going to get picked off by the Bamboozler. It's only 45 seconds, and Rabid already has a phenomenal push going.
Yeah, under 60 as well. So 2 power clams once again will not retake the lead if you're the member, if you are SynRG. And I love the pick of the double T-Tech here from Rabid. Obviously, we talk about the triple Tri-Strike, but man, Tri-Strike against Crab is extremely strong now. So the members of SynRG have to be careful when they pop these crabs. But right now, they're still trying to deal with the members of Rabid in their base, and they finally are going to be able to get control of their basket area again. But the members of Rabid now already kind of looking to be set up in positions to maybe try and keep SynRG out here. But the Bamboo playing on the ground, I feel is rather interesting. I feel like if you're Rabid, you want to put that Bamboo up top. And unfortunately, going to come up top a little bit too late as Kelpers is going to pop this crab on this box. It's going to force the Bamboo to back up. Unfortunately, not able to pick up the kill. But Adapt on the flank is not going to be able to get the kill onto Kelpers, but will force Kelpers to jump back for the members of SynRG. Not bad at all.
Yeah, Adapt has been so good in just sneaking their way behind and forcing SynRG to move out of the way and take attention away from them, and that lets their teammates move forward. And we see off that flank and off that jump out, Rabid has been pushing up heavily. This Bamboo has 7 clams. They can make another power clam here and another push, but Adapt goes down. It's 3 versus 4. Now it's 2 versus 4. It's just the T-Tech and the Bamboo alive for Rabid. Now it's 3 versus 3 as the last of Rabid enters the fray. This is a very interesting, or a very close match, but that push from Rabid is just so devastating for SynRG right now. It's been 3 minutes, or it's been 2 minutes, and SynRG just hasn't made anything happen.
And this is, I feel like Rabid's playing this a lot more patiently as well. They're waiting to take a lot of space before they really make their pushes count. And on top of that, they're using their Tri-Strikes, as I say that they all wipe out. But, you know, they're using their Tri-Strikes to push the members of SynRG back so they can't really just immediately pop their crabs on the counter. But all 3 crabs right now for SynRG are available, so it looks like they are going to at least get 2 power clams in here, pushing that score down to 60. They do need a lot more clams, though, coming out as another crab's going to get popped from SynRG. They still have 1 more crab available, and you better believe once that crab goes down, they might pop the other one. Let's see it in a second here, but they are going to be able to take the lead off that as well. Unfortunately, the last crab is going to go down, but another ball coming in. Misses, unfortunately. That would be the game right there, and they're looking for the last member of SynRG, able to take them out, but unfortunately, SynRG got the lead off that 1 push, Pinky, so now Rabid again on the back foot, but they're looking to strike already.
That miss was so huge from SynRG. They could have ended the game then and there, but now we have a little over 2 minutes, including overtime, and Rabid has a ton of clams at their disposal. Here come those Tri-Strikes, but the Tri-Strike is taken out by the Squeezer. Respect not being respected, and they pay for it there. And Rabid is now on the back foot. They're 11 points behind, but notably, they really want to ensure this knockout, and they only have a minute and a half to do so. Things are just so stressful right now, but the clam economy is definitely on Rabid's side. Respect is just trying to take as much space as possible with that Squeezer, trying to force Rabid out, because SynRG knows they're the ones with the momentum here. They're the ones that have the lead, and they can play a little more defensively and try to turtle just a little bit. But Respect gets pushed a little too far forward. Candy gets the pick, blocking those Tri-Strikes. SynRG is now 2 dead, and the power clam is approaching the basket of SynRG.
Oh, and they are going to be able to get a score here. They are going to be able to take the lead, and it's going to be a knockout already for Rabid. I was about to comment that Rabid is playing this extremely patiently. They did, if you notice, they were sitting all kind of behind mid there, Pinky, kind of waiting for SynRG to overextend, and they did exactly that, and were able to not only take the lead, but take the game.
Yeah, exactly. SynRG just got a little too split up, and they all went down one by one. And that 3-dead scenario was exactly what Rabid needed to just turn an advantageous scenario into a very decisive knockout. And now we're going to be going to a game 3, which is insane. These two teams have just been going back and forth in these games, and it's been very close.
Yeah, and it's nice to see, SynRG finally, they got a game off on Rabid, but Rabid just answered right back. So the question is, can SynRG get their revenge game on Rabid here? Because obviously they want that. They want to be able to, push higher in the gold bracket. They want to be able to take another tournament. Let's not forget, SynRG did take our very first tournament in week 1, placing 3rd in week 2 because of Rabid here. I'm sure they want their crown back, but SynRG is showing with the triple splash that they are not going to mess around with Rabid. But we got to talk about Rabid's just the way they played. They're very patient on their pushes. Again, using the tri-strikes perfectly to push in at key moments. Yes, do a couple of them go down at times? Absolutely, Pinky. But the double tri-strike, at least, we didn't see too much, I think, on the squeezer. Too much for the tri-strike or Zuka. I forget what it has off the top of my head.
Yeah, I think squeezer is the Zuka, but we didn't see a whole lot of play from it. Yeah, you're right.
No, yeah, it was mainly just them Rabid kind of playing back, using the squeezer to respect space, but the double tri-strike is, I think, definitely going to be a problem for SynRG as we go into Splat Zones, Museum Delphonsino here. So let's see if we see the double T-Tech come out on the side of Rabid, and we do. Respect now is going to be bringing out the machine. We have the double splash machine. I did expect to see at least the machine come out on Splat Zones, Museum Delphonsino. But again, the double tri-strike is going to be very dangerous for these crabs of SynRG.
And Adapt is already going far right, forced to back up just a little bit. Not a lot of pain around them, but yeah, Rabid is not messing with success whatsoever. The machine is going to come out from SynRG, but these tri-strikes are already on the field, trying to just corner this Crab Tank. Crab Tank doesn't respond to it, but one of SynRG goes down. That Squeezer's already dead. Splash is dropped and gets picked off by the T-Tech, gets picked off by Candy. SynRG is 3 dead right now, and Rabid is trying to push through zone, but the Crab Tank is going to stuff that right then and there.
Yeah, and and you know what? SynRG tried to decap the zone there, maybe with the crab to get the pick, but unfortunately, Rabid again with the triple, with the tri-strikes, just keeping the members of SynRG out. You saw early that it really pinched that crab into such a bad situation. Are we seeing the counter to double splash here as Adapt moving in with the bucket gets 2? But unfortunately, two go down on both sides, but now another member of SynRG goes down, and Rabid has not lost control of the zone since they've taken it from the beginning of this game, Pinky.
Been ridiculous with this control. They're locking SynRG out right now. Every time SynRG wants to drop, they're just getting picked off by Rabid. Aaron on the Bamboozer just content to sit in mid, and now Rabid is only 10 ticks away from getting this knockout, and that is not a lot of time. Roughly 2 seconds remain. The zone is being contested right now, but if Rabid gets this paint, they win, but they don't have a whole lot of paint right now. They don't have a lot of men. It's 2 versus 3, and SynRG barely gets the cap, but they have to get the full knockout. They have to get the full reverse if they want to win this game.
Yeah, and it's going to be really dangerous for SynRG now. But now that you've got a little bit of mid-control, especially with Pose sitting around the drop of members of Rabid, you really got to be careful of this machine. Unfortunately, the tri-strikes are just going to be too powerful, able to retake the zone, going to give SynRG a little bit of a penalty. And now the members of Rabid are moving back in as the bucket and the squeezer go down. The backline is gone. And again, Rabid quickly dominating control over the middle of the map here and forcing SynRG to push back in a beautiful kill from Adapt there on the platform of SynRG, just not letting them drop. And Adapt is looking for more and gets one as well.
Adapt has just been insane on the slosher, and I feel like Adapt has really been the crux of Rabid's SynRG. They always are so defensive. They make sure to keep each other alive. But as soon as a pick happens, and it's usually from Adapt that gets things started, Rabid is quick to file in, and right now, it's 1 versus 2. It's just 1 splash left alive for SynRG. Candy trying to chase them, gets the squid back on the stream, and Rabid still has the man advantage, and they only have 4 ticks left. They're almost through their penalty, they're through the penalty, and that is going to be the set. Rabid taking it 2-1 over SynRG.
Wow. I mean, that was That was utter domination from Rabid that game, Pinky. I mean, there's no way to describe what that was. SynRG literally could not drop from their spawn, from their spinner at all. Adapt on the bucket, just being an absolute menace around their edges, finding not only one crucial pick on the edge on a flank route, but then going in to get another on the members of SynRG. And Rabid, yet again, taking the set over SynRG, but I don't think this is going to be the last time we see these two teams play today.
Absolutely not. And these two teams are probably going to meet up many more times than SAC. They're towards the top of the echelon. I mean, getting second and third in gold bracket in the last week, you know that these two teams are hungry and they're just gunning for each other, but Rabid is going to continue to come back on top. But SynRG did make a little bit of progress. You know, they went down 0-2 last time. This time they got a game off Rabid, so we could be seeing a rivalry start to develop between these two teams. Maybe SynRG is going to have some new strategies coming forth next time they meet, but for now, it is Rabid that is going to take the win.
Yeah, and my question off this game really is double T-Tech the answer to double splash? Is it really? Because the amount of pressure that those tri-strikes were putting down on the crab tanks, on the members of SynRG, not letting them push as aggressively as they'd like, are we going to see double T-Tech versus double splash more often? Because I think that's just such an interesting matchup. And while I do think tri-strikes have the edge over crab tanks, positioning is everything in this game. Positioning and being able to push and play patient. And Rabid showed that they could not only play patient with that, but they made all their pushes count. SynRG in the same vein in game one with the triple crab showed that triple crab was not going to be stopped by a single tri-strike. But the moment Rabid pulled out two, things changed.
The double T-Tech from Rabid was just so good in making sure that SynRG could not make anything happen with their crabs. They recognized that their junior did not do what they needed to do in game one, and they just pivoted right away, and they said, we're going to put roughly double the amount of tri-strikes in your territory. We're going to have Adapt focus a little more on specials, and it just was so hard for SynRG to move it all.
Yeah, and again, we will probably be seeing them later, or our lovely people in the chat will be seeing them later, so don't expect this to be that meeting. As we get a little update on our bracket here on a couple games we're waiting. We have Sia versus Shadow X ECL. They're currently in a 1-1 on the B block right now. Taking a couple look at our games in A block. All of those are finished out. So some very interesting results here, I would say. Data and Orca going to game 3. Opium and Ink D probably was a pretty dang good set over there as well. 2-1. So it'll be interesting to see where these teams, progress as the tournament goes on. But Mercy taking a 2-1 over Sweet Shop. That's going to be a team to keep an eye on as well, Mercy, throughout the day.
Yeah, Mercy, we talked a lot about Tournament 2, and Mercy was the team that won the whole thing last time. They're the defending champions. They actually beat both SynRG and Rabid to do so, and I mean, now they're 4-0 in their pool. It's very likely we'll be seeing them in gold bracket. Sweet Shop, though, you have to commend them for taking a game off them. They made silver bracket last week, and they want to go for gold this time. It's just these developments week by week are just so interesting to think about.
Yeah, on the standings right now, Sweet Shop is sitting 3-1, so that is their first set they've dropped, and they dropped it to the winning team from last tournament. So Sweet Shop also going to be a team to look out for as well, because they have extremely strong players on that side too.
Absolutely, and I mean, looking at the results here on the B side, we do see Big Swig W being the team that's sort of leading the pack. They're the only team that is 4-0 that has not lost a set. It's very likely we're going to be seeing them in gold bracket as well.
Yeah, it looks like we're waiting on I believe a couple matches on the B side as well. Crimson Waves taking off 2-0 on Thembo IHOP. Saiko taking 2-0 on Sassy Spiker. Saiko, an extremely strong EU team. They're going to be a team to also watch out for in this tournament as well. They're also currently sitting 3-1 on their standings at the moment. So definitely another team to watch out for if you're looking at the B side of the bracket.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, there are a lot of teams to watch out for. This thing about SAC is that it's always just so dynamic week by week. These storylines, these arcs that just each of these teams go through and just build with each other. It's so compelling, I find, because you can really see the improvement of one team and versus the other, and how they overcome bad matchups and bad team play, and how they can just fix tiny little things and just grow exponentially week by week.
Yeah, looking at the when we were setting up this tournament and just seeing the list of teams when we were, getting the tournament ready today on the staff side of things, we all just kind of looked at each other and had a little bit of a chuckle because, man, this is a heavy hitting SAC for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, we're seeing the heavy hitters in action. I mean, there are a lot of close teams. There are a lot of teams that are 3-1 right now, which just goes to show that there's a lot of teams winning, and there's a lot of very close tension at the top. Each of these teams are just coming so short against another, and just that interesting rock paper scissors chain, but times 8 different people. It's wild, honestly, that only 4 teams are going to make gold bracket.
Yeah, that's the most shocking part I think about the tournament this week, because there's so many. There are so many good teams on both sides in Swiss A and Swiss B, and to see only like 4 of them make gold, it's just insane.
Insane. that is for sure, but
like there's definitely going to be some upsets for sure, Pinky. I mean, you're going to see a team in Silver that we thought was going to be gold. You're going to see a team in gold that we thought was going to be like bronze or whatever today. It's that close of a tournament.
I mean, that's the magic of SAC. You bring the Thunder, you bring the Fuego, and these teams are going to respond. And I mean, it's not just these storylines that are insane. These plays, these games, they're also insane. And I mean, that said, showed it very, very well, I feel like.
Yeah, and with that, I think we're just waiting on one other game, so I think we'll be back in the next round.
Hello everyone and welcome back to SAC Tournament 3, and we are in round 5 of Swiss. I am Broken Pinky, joined here by J-Man, and we are going to be looking at Healthy Diet Food Groups versus Mercy, and these are the two teams that are 4-0 in Swiss Bracket A.
Yeah, this is going to be a big match for seeding purposes in the top cut, as this is also the last round of Swiss. And a lot of people, I'm sure, were looking at this match on the bracket if they were looking at it, Pinky. And this is probably one of the heaviest hitting matchups we have today in Swiss. Healthy Diet Food Groups, a very powerful and strong team with a Carbon Deco player in the form of Funky Eevee. Carbon Deco is just a menace. I don't know personally how to deal with it myself. I've played against Funky Eevee a couple times, just casually playing some Splatoon 3. Got my butt kicked.
Carbon Deco is one of those weapons where sometimes it quite literally feels like there is no counterplay, and then you remember to paint the floor a bit, and then it can't approach. But regardless, we are going to be getting right into it. Game 1 here on Tower Control, Hagglefish, and we do see that Carbon Deco coming out for Healthy Diet Food Groups, and the double splash and the Siege Junior come out for Mercy.
Yeah, Mercy is in the purple Healthy Diet Food Groups in the green, and Funky Eevee immediately on that Carbon Deco. You love to see it. But what we're seeing on the side of Mercy is a very typical comp that we've been, seeing it a lot in Splatoon 3. Double splash machine, two members of Healthy Diet Food Groups going down immediately with the Crab Tank for Apple already being forced off the tower with a Tri-Strike counter. But unfortunately, Healthy Diet Food Groups, the last two members kind of went down off sync. There is now the Crab Tank for Mercy going to be sitting on the tower. One of the Crab Tanks is to say Eric looking for a pick onto this right side, not going to be able to get it. That's all right though if you're Healthy Diet Food Groups. That first checkpoint pretty easy to get through. This is where you have to be careful though. If you are Healthy Diet Food Groups, as two members once again go down, you're going to be using the crab to try and counter this. If you're Healthy Diet Food Groups, you got to be looking on this left side, on this flank, and they are going to be able to pick off the machine. And unfortunately though, Pinky, it looks like the push for Mercy has stalled a little bit here. It looked like it might have been a wipeout for a moment.
Yeah, it was almost just a knockout immediately. Despite their name, they showed no mercy, but they had to leave just a little bit, and now Healthy Diet Food Groups has their chance. Here is Eevee on that Carbon Roller, popping that Zuka, but one is going to rush them, and they're going to go down to that splash. Very good call out from Mercy, just rushing Eevee before they could get anything going with that Zuka. Healthy Diet Food Groups, though, starting to force the way back in. They got the pick on the Siege and they picked out the support. This crab is being forced very far back, but it's going to be on that 10 area for just a little bit, but still, now it's 2 versus 3 in favor of Mercy, though. The dualies are going to be dead for Healthy Diet Food Groups, which is their crab. It's going to make their push a lot harder should they choose to push anytime soon.
Yeah, and it looks like the members of Healthy Diet Food Groups, again, we're seeing the Bamboozler come out as Tri-Strike support is coming in for Healthy Diet Food Groups, but they're not really able to push up, as we are going to be getting the Killer Whale to try and push some of the members of Mercy back. The Killer Whale actually does end up finding a pick, and Blopper going to be riding the tower, obviously, for Healthy Diet Food Groups. At the moment, Cutie looking like they're maybe going to be playing support here. It looks like, if I'm not mistaken, Cutie is playing the V-Dualies, so they're waiting on that Crab Tank, and they're going to push up under the canopy on the right side for a little crab action. Unfortunately, they are not going to win, and they were not expecting Knaves over there on the side. But while 3 members of Healthy Diet Food Groups go down, got a decent push. They got through that first checkpoint, but unfortunately, Bloper, as the backline, somehow finds 2 and saves their teammates.
And Boo is no backline. No backline should be able to do that. No backline should be able to just defend themselves that quickly. And all of a sudden, that's 2 dead for Mercy. And Healthy Diet Food Groups is through that second checkpoint now. And they're getting dangerously close to that lead and dangerously close to that knockout. It's all going to come down to this third checkpoint. The Bamboo is dead. They're stalled at 19. They're 6 points away from this lead. At the third checkpoint, 14. They need one more point. They get the lead just barely. They're forced to retreat. But Healthy Diet Food Groups steals the lead. It is 12 to 14, and there's only a minute 45 left for Mercy to get all the way back.
That's still a lot of time, though, if we're talking Splatoon here. This is a very fast-paced game, as you know it, Pinky. And right now, the members of Mercy are looking to take a lot of mid-control at the moment. Wave Breaker at the ready. Crab Tank just kind of shooting a couple bombs, just trying to get some space for the members of Mercy here, but Healthy Diet Food Group playing very patient, kind of played back a little bit, and they're able to find one pick. Unfortunately, going to get traded out here as the Booyah Bomb going to be coming in onto the ramps of Healthy Diet Food Group's not going to be finding much there, as Blop, I believe, is sitting on the top balcony area on the glass right now. Manages to avoid being picked there, but now the Crab Tank coming out. Gonna force Blop back, but Blop with the bamboo is gonna be able to keep maybe the members of Mercy off this tower here, Pinky, but it's not looking too good right now as this flank on the left side is gonna endanger Blop's position.
Yeah, and now Mercy's on that third checkpoint, and they have the man advantage. They just have to stay alive a little bit longer. They're still there. It's 4 versus 1. It's just these dualies left alive. Cutie goes down, and they're forced to feed. Eevee coming from spawn, but it's not going to be enough. They're past the third checkpoint, and they're making their way to the knockout, and they get it. Mercy not getting scared of losing their lead, and they take a very strong game 1 versus Healthy Diet Food Groups.
Yeah, that was, again, on both sides, very big pushes, very elonged and prolonged pushes for both these teams. Healthy Diet Food Groups obviously taking the lead, but Mercy being able to take the lead right back with good space and control, and obviously a great flank. I believe Apple ended up getting the flank there under the glass canopy on the members of Healthy Diet Food Groups, completely shutting down a Crab Tank that might have even stalled their push. And it just kind of left Blop in a bad situation, sitting on top of that glass canopy, forcing them to back up. And then they had to deal with all the members of Mercy, which unfortunately did not end well for them.
Yeah, and I would like to give special mention to Naves on that machine. It felt like any time Healthy Diet Food Groups was trying to set up somewhere, Naves just had the perfect off angle and got those great picks that really let Mercy push through. And that's why they were just able to snowball over Healthy Diet Food Groups with that tower special advantage and get that knockout right back.
Yeah, a very good game between both these teams. Again, as we said, this was going to be a heavy-hitting matchup as we get into Game 2 on our Swiss Round 5. We're going to be seeing Rainmaker on Sturgeon Shipyard. Honestly, this is a pretty classical map mode combination that I'm excited to see between these two teams.
I mean, yeah, like you said, it's a classic from Splatoon 2. It has changed a little bit. You know, that sponge that was in Splatoon 2, no longer there, which kind of hampers the map just a little bit. But regardless, you do have that decision of going on that left side route that's high and that can be so difficult, or that can be so punishing if people choose the wrong way. But you also have that lower left or that lower right route, which is just a little bit easier to get to that checkpoint. There's a lot of decisions to be made, like on any good Rainmaker map. You can really go either way. Either route is going to be viable. But regardless of what they choose, Healthy Diet Food Groups is on the back foot here. They need to win this game to stay in the set.
And I think they can here. Carbon Deco. We have to talk about Carbon Deco on Sturgeon Shipyard.
We have to talk about Carbon
Deco. Carbon Deco on Sturgeon Shipyard is an absolute menace. There are not a lot of spaces to run or hide from a Carbon Deco, as everything gets very enclosed very quickly as you approach the center. Your biggest areas of play are your pit and your opponent's pit. Once you start moving to the left or right, the Carbon can eat you alive.
Exactly. Carbon is just such a slayer on Sturgeon Shipyard. There's so many places where you can move, and Eevee's going to be picking it once again. We might be seeing those things. Meanwhile, Mercy going to stick with their comp hit. One in their last game they're going to try and win this game, or win this set in 2 games. We're going to see who gets this pop here. This pop can be very important, but it looks like Mercy's in just a little bit of a better position, even though Healthy Diet Food Groups has some spawns. But now, Healthy Diet Food Groups contesting the Rainmaker. This Rainmaker is already being contested, but the machine goes down on the side of Mercy in the panic. Healthy Diet Food Groups gets the pop, and 2 on Mercy goes down. And Healthy Diet Food Groups is in a great spot to get this Rainmaker. Blop standing next to it, trying to defend it, and they do choose to grab it. And it looks like they're gravitating towards that right push option.
Yeah, Funky Eevee is down there, so I would say, yeah, follow your Slayer there. Unfortunately, Eevee goes down, and the machine is going to be able to pick up the Rainmaker very quickly. But the members of Healthy Diet Food Groups are still in a solid position. They're going to be able to quickly retake the Rainmaker, allow their team to jump back in, but they're looking for an opportunity really to make a big push here. If you watch it from the overhead here, Pinky, you can kind of see the members of Healthy Diet Food Groups. They're not over-committing, and they opted to take a reset there. Unfortunately, one of them did go down as the Crab Tank is going to come in, but I feel like they might have been giving the members of Mercy a little bit too much space here, as now Mercy's moving back in the mid as the Zuka is going to come out and find nobody, and unfortunately, Eric, with the splash, is going to be able to find the pick onto Funky Eevee there, and now Mercy looking to maybe take the Rainmaker up this left side instead of the right, like we saw on Healthy Diet Food Groups' first push.
Yeah, exactly. And I just think it's so tragic for Healthy Diet Food Groups. They had control of mid for a solid minute straight and only got 12 points to show for it. Now it's Mercy's turn. They don't have that lead quite yet, but it's a paltry lead, and there they go. And they are going for that left route. They make the jump. There is no one from Healthy Diet Food Groups there. That is an easy checkpoint for them. It's just the Carbon left alive for Healthy Diet Food Groups. And Mercy is going to try and find them. That spinner's finally on their side, finally going to drop. But right as it does, all of Healthy Diet Food Groups is back. Here's Moment on that Rainmaker, opting to drop it, going along that far route, not getting any more points, but getting it down to 40. All the same, still a pretty solid push, and Mercy is still in Healthy Diet Food Groups' territory. They still have that number advantage. Eric trying to get some nice picks with that crab, giving jumps to the teammates, and that's going to be an easy pop on the Rainmaker, and could be even more points converted for Mercy. They're going for the jump, but they don't quite make it. They get picked off just in time, and Healthy Diet Food Groups is going to stave off Mercy just a little bit longer.
Yeah, and I think something dangerous that we couldn't really see from the spectator cam there is if you watch the top left there for a couple moments, there was a member of Mercy still up on their spinner side. So the members of Healthy Diet Food Groups were actually pinched there as Healthy Diet Food Groups are working to obviously working their way back into mid here. But that was such a clean play for Mercy because you gave Healthy Diet Food Groups something to worry about on your right side as well as the Rainmaker pushing left. But now Healthy Diet Food Groups just with the Rainmaker just trying to look for some control. They're not able to find any picks at the moment there as two members go down. Eevee, both their Slayers go down. It comes down to Blop, who unfortunately falls in, is not going to be able to jump out in time, and the Rainmaker is going to go down because of it. Mercy absolutely putting on a clinic right now on retake.
Yeah, Blob just got stuck on the Fight Club, and that Rainmaker notably stuck on that far right drop of the map, just so far away from where it needs to go, and it's so hard to get to as well. And Mercy has it. This is looking bad for Healthy Diet Food Groups. Their Bamboozler is down. Mercy's looking to go left once again, but one is on the block. Eevee gets the trade with the Rainmaker. Gonna stall things out a little bit longer. That tri-strike from Healthy Diet Food Groups. Try to just build a little more. They do get the pick on one of the splashes, but they go down very quickly in mid. This machine has just been such a thorn in Healthy Diet Food Groups' side. Naves has been so strong, and now that machine on those corners on this map can just be so devastating to deal with.
I'm expecting Naves, if I'm not mistaken, to try and go back up on that edge, but it looks like they're going to opt to play back as Funky Eevee pulls out the Trizooka and at least gets one, but knows there's another down by their spawn. Three members, actually, of Mercy go down as we say this. The last one is stuck in their Fight Club, and Funky Eevee catches them before they jump out. This is the opportunity that Healthy Diet Food Groups was looking for, but they didn't paint up in front of their Rainmaker quite yet, and they still have yet to break the checkpoint as they're keeping both splashes of Mercy down. Block managing to get the first checkpoint, but they have to get the second one and a couple more points. They can do it if Block goes up to this left side and does a very smart play from Block, knowing that I can get points faster going up the left instead of attempting the block. Mercy now on the back foot with 30 seconds left, and nobody's in mid right now except, I believe, ZY on the side of Healthy Diet Food Groups. But all the members of Mercy are regrouped, and they are looking to counter push here, Pinky.
Yeah, that was such a strong Rainmaker play from Blob, opting to get that squid roll, knowing that the jump was unlikely, and just getting down to 32, and now Mercy not having a lot of time to speak of. After this match timer runs out, I think there's only like 45 seconds on this Rainmaker to deal with, and this Rainmaker is being suppressed by Healthy Diet Food Groups. They do get the pick that they need. Mercy's starting to file in just a little bit. They are going to go with that left side once again. Moment trying to make something happen, but this crab is making it so hard. Here comes the whales as well on the teammates. This Rainmaker's weak right now. There's only 15 seconds for them to make it all the way to 31. The Zuka comes out, and they're going to die to the bomb, and Healthy Diet Food Groups safely defending their lead and tying the setup 1-1.
Yes, they did, and it was really unfortunate timing for Mercy to push that left side too, because as you saw the Rainmaker make that jump there, Pinky, the spinner went back up, so that really stalled Mercy's push out. They were forced to take every single bomb, every single special in that general direction, and combine it with the Trizooka and how much chip damage you can put on, on that right side spinner area. If you were the members of Healthy Diet Food Groups, I mean, that was, at that point, that was a mistake on Mercy's end for pushing that left side.
Yeah, what a game from Healthy Diet Food Groups, getting such a strong push. And we've talked about teams that improve rapidly quickly. Healthy Diet Food Groups is absolutely one of them. In the first tournament, they made bronze. In the second tournament, they made silver. And now they're making a strong case for making gold, taking down the team that won gold last tournament. Healthy Diet Food Groups is just on a roll and improving so quickly, and they're taking Mercy of all teams to a Game 3 on Clamlet's Inkblot Art Academy.
Yeah, and this is going to be a very interesting matchup. The obviously double splash, extremely strong on Inkblot Art Academy. I wouldn't be surprised if Mercy just keeps the comp they've been running with, or if they're going to opt to switch their custom junior out for a regular junior for that big bubbler. On the side of Healthy Diet food groups, the Bamboo's kind of been putting in work. Blop, he's been putting in a lot of work.
This been cooking. This Bamboo's been cooking for sure. I mean, it's interesting because Bamboo is not a weapon you'd think we'd see very often, and we're seeing it back-to-back 2 sets in a row, and both teams made it work fairly effectively.
Yeah, and the other thing we might see going into this as well is that there's a possibility if Mercy does switch to the Vanilla Junior, ZYF, he also has the opportunity to switch to Vanilla Junior if they opt to play it. Again, Big Bubbler, great on Clamlet's Inkblot Art Academy, especially if you put it in the corners, right up on that ramp so you can get your teammates up there. Great spots for the Big Bubbler. It's a really well-designed special for this map mode combination, I think, in particular. It'll be interesting to see if Funky Eevee swaps off Carbon Deco here. I don't know if they will, but if they really want space control, they might, considering, again, Mercy probably going to run Double Splash.
Yeah, but this is not a fantastic Carbon map, in my opinion. It's just a lot of flat open ground. It's not a lot of ledges you can really take advantage of, and I feel like Splash is just so compelling here, and Eevee does have a very competent Splash at their disposal. So, very interesting weapon play. I don't think we've seen either team change up their comp, but we might see it. This is going to be Game 3, winner take all between Healthy Diet Food Groups and Mercy. Eevee's going to stick on that Carbon Roller, that V-Tuner is going to come out, and Mercy going with that 52 gal instead of one of their splashes.
That's a really interesting pick from Mercy. I'm actually kind of surprised to see the 52 coming out of Apple here. Now, while it does have Whale and Splash Wall, very good for pushing, I feel like you are losing a little bit of pressure with that Crab Tank. Unfortunately, Funky Eevee going to be the first to fall in this one. Pinky staying on that Carbon Deco. We talked about it for a second, maybe not being the best pick, and at the moment, Mercy's taking advantage of that.
Yeah, Mercy, they might have lost a little bit of pressure in terms of that specials, but that 52 gal is potent on this map. We talked about how good Big Bubbler is on that ramp, but Splash Wall is almost as dominant. It's just so difficult to deal with a Splash Wall on your ramp just pushing up, and those whales are just so annoying to deal with, and the Mercy has all the clam economy in the world. They are going to get the first pop of the basket, and they still have the man advantage here. The Splash has 4 clams if they can make it there, but they don't have a lot of control on the plat. The Splash is going to go down. It looks like their push is going to be stalled at 77, but Mercy still has a lot of map control here. They're forcing Healthy Diet Food Groups to respond, but Mercy is going to back off just a little bit, and that allows Healthy Diet Food Groups to move in just a little bit. Cutie trying not to die to this machine in mid, though. These are just so hard for Healthy Diet Food Groups, though. It's so hard to approach a team like Mercy.
Yeah, but I do like the defense from Healthy Diet Food Groups there, Pinky, where they they only managed to push it to 77. They did a really good job. They got a 2-down situation now with a Crab Tank at the ready. Unfortunately, their junior goes down. Actually, that is a delayed 3-down situation, but unfortunately, the members of Mercy are already off of their respawn in time for this. So Funky Eevee looking to maybe get a clam and just kind of sneak one in, and is able to, as well as find a pick. But now Funky Eevee sitting on their plat is going to be a problem for Mercy, but Apple says, no, you're not going to push that easily, as now, remember, Healthy Diet Food Group takes the lead. They get another power clam in, and I believe the score is down to 36 right now for Healthy Diet Food Group, so a very solid push from them.
Yeah, getting it down to 36 in just the first 2 minutes of the game is really nice, and I mean, the door is still wide open for them to get it even further down. It is not hard to make it to the enemy basket on Clamlet's Inkblot. That space to the enemy basket is incredibly close, and Healthy Diet Food Group certainly has some specials that can sort of carve the path open for them. Right now it's 3 versus 3. Naves is holding onto that Booyah Bomb, but 2 are dead on the side of Healthy Diet Food Groups. This is going to be Mercy's chance for a very strong push. Naves is eyeing that Ink Trail, but Cutie knows it and paints it right up for them, making sure Naves cannot make it to the enemy bats. Here comes the Booyah and the Crab. The Crab gets the pick on the Carbon. Eric being so powerful in this Crab Tank, but right now Healthy Diet Food Groups is just positioning so well for defense in front of the basket. The power clam is going to get scored, but they're just scaring Mercy right off in the basket, and they only get the power clam in.
That was such a good defense again from Healthy Diet Food Groups. Cutie realized that I need to stall for my Crab Tank to stop this defense, and Eric using that Crab Tank on the side of Mercy up on that on essentially Healthy Diet Food Group's right stack, that spot is so dangerous because you can hit every spot on the plat with a crab tank from there. As Funky Eevee ends up getting a trade onto Naves there as we're kind of battling over neutral again with Healthy Diet Food Groups having the lead. But a really good defense overall from Healthy Diet Food Groups now. But look at this. Apple with the 52 gal looking to aggress the plat a little bit. You saw the splash wall kind of come up there, but they're not going to be able to get too much going. They're probably waiting on at least one of their crab tanks as Funky Eevee goes down. That could be very dangerous. But Apple gets smoked by Blop once again, and 3 members of Mercy go down, with the last one being located because they're holding a power clan. That's so unfortunate, but Healthy Diet Food Group cannot take advantage of this in time, so they're not going to be able to score quite yet here, Pinky.
Yeah, but even from not scoring, all of a sudden, a phenomenal position for Mercy turned into 3 of them being dead coming from spawn. Healthy Diet Food Group is capitalizing beautifully with this map control, and Mercy only has 1 minute left to make a push happen, but right now, Healthy Diet Food Groups are 2 dead. Nice pick from Blop onto Apple, getting that pristine angle onto the 52 gal, but Mercy is marching up to the plat. Blop gets another pick on Moment, though. Just this bamboozler, all parts of the kit has been insane. For Healthy Diet Food Groups, there's only 45 seconds left on this match clock. The Clam is going to be retrieved from Mercy. That splash is going to hold it. Nice pick on the 52, but the Clam is going to get dunked. But Mercy now has to do the challenge of getting more Clams in there. It's just their Siege Eater that has Clams, and the Siege Eater goes down. The Machine has 3, but the Machine goes down too. They only have it down to 55. There's 25 seconds left in this match. Healthy Diet Food Groups' defense has been pristine.
Yeah, this is incredible to watch, and Blop is absolutely going off. Has been going off this entire set, Pinky. But wow, what a really just incredible defense from Healthy Diet Food Groups. However, Mercy will have one more opportunity to make this push. Unfortunately, 1 member goes down, and you don't want to have that happen, as overtime is now happening. The Crab, unfortunately, getting popped a little bit early, I think, on the side of Mercy. They don't have that Crab tank to make a push. However, they do have Booyah Bomb and Killer Whale, and I expect to see both of these specials comboed as 2 members of Healthy Diet Food Groups go down. The bubble shield is basically in the way. Cutie Pie does not know that Apple's on this left side. They are going to be able to score the Clam, but was it enough time? It was not. The basket was not broken, and Healthy Diet Food Groups holds on to the lead, and they get the sets on the team that just won the last SAC.
What an upset! Mercy just barely did not have enough time, and Healthy Diet Food Groups, coming from bronze, coming from silver, they're gonna make gold bracket, and they beat the favorite to take this tournament. What an insanely played set from Healthy Diet Food Groups. That defense on games 2 and 3 was just ridiculous. It was so hard for Mercy to make any attempts toward the lead after just a strong push from Healthy Diet Food Groups, and their team is so strong right now.
Absolutely. I mean, their defense says it all there, Pinky. I mean, they just did not let Mercy have elongated, extended pushes. They just said, no, I'll wait. Let you burn all your specials. I have my special to counter when you try and push. And they did it every time. But we got to talk about the MVP of this set for Healthy Diet Food Groups. And it 100% was Blop. Oh my god, I have never seen just perfect bamboozler play. Blop in situations you think Blop would not be able to get any picks, finds at least one in almost every situation, and keeps Mercy at bay. Just incredible play from Blop's Bamboo.
Yeah, Blop is just the crux of Healthy Diet Food Group's defense, and having such a sturdy defense is what lets Eevee feel so comfortable to go in with that Carbon Roller. The synergy of Healthy Diet Food Groups is just so strong. All parts of their somewhat off meta comp, just it looks weird on the surface, but it really comes together, and it especially came together in that set. Ziff giving so much pain with that Junior, Cutie giving those crabs with that dualies with the 190p, and Eevee being the Slayer with the Carbon Roller, and Blop holding it down from the defensive perspective. It's just all the pieces of this team were working so well together, and that's how they took down Mercy.
And that is absolutely unreal, because now Healthy Diet Food Groups is going to be the number 1, potentially the number 1 seed here going in. I have to actually check the B side of the bracket here. Nobody in the B side of the bracket is 5-0, so Healthy Diet Food Groups will be our number 1 seed going into Top Cut.
That is insane. It's so insanely well played from Healthy Diet Food Groups. They're the only team that is 5-0 today, and who knows, they might convert this momentum into winning the entire tournament.
They have a long road ahead of them, though, and we are going to be getting to that in a little bit with Top Cut as we get the full seating ready. Expect there to be some upsets, Pinky, because I'm looking at the B side of the bracket, and I'm counting 5 teams that are 4-1 right now, which means one of them is making silver bracket, most likely.
There's going to be some heartbreak coming up.
Yeah. Absolutely. And what a great set between these two teams. I mean, we expected a heavy hitting matchup coming into it, but it was more than you could ask for.
Yeah, I did not expect the set to be that dynamic, and my god, they delivered. that was ridiculous.
All right. Well, while we wait on Top Cut to be totaled up and out, while we wait on our top 8, we will still be on the mic, Pinky and I, for your first round of Top Cut. But we're going to take a quick break while we get the Top Cut seated, and we'll see you guys soon. Welcome to Top Cut SAC Season 6 Tournament 3. This is the gold bracket. I am CAJman777. Just call me J-Man. Here, back again with Broken Pinky, and we are going to be bringing you the first round of Top Cut. And what a bracket we have, at least in gold. But before we get to that, Pinky, we got to talk about silver bracket for a second.
Oh my god, we got to talk about silver bracket.
Oh my goodness.
Every team that made silver bracket, you should be proud of yourself, because my goodness.
We said this was a heavy hitting tournament when we started our set, Pinky, and silver bracket just kind of explains that extremely well. In silver bracket, in the 7th seed, you have SynRG. In the silver bracket, in the 6th seed, you have Rabid. You have Silly Kitties in the silver bracket. You have Espresso in the silver bracket, and you had Sweet Shop in the silver bracket.
Unbelievable.
This was no joke. This was a cutthroat SAC with some of the best teams we have on offer. And on the gold bracket, we're going to be bringing you Mercy versus Armageddon, our 4 seed, versus our 5 seed. Obviously, we just got a little bit on Mercy, Pinky, falling to healthy diet food groups, as you told me before the break, went from bronze bracket tournament 1 to silver bracket tournament 2, and now they're sitting at the top of gold bracket in the 3rd tournament.
Yeah, they're the only team who went 5-0 in Swiss. Every single other team in gold bracket went 4-1. Healthy diet food group stands at the top 5-0. The explosive improvement from tournament 2 is just ridiculous, but we might be seeing them a bit later. For now, we do have Mercy and Armageddon. I don't know if we've had Armageddon on the stream before, but as you said, we did just see Mercy fall to healthy diet food groups, and if both of them win this set, they'll be set to meet up in round 2.
Yeah, that is provided healthy diet food groups does come out with the win on Big Swig W, our 8th seed in the gold bracket. And between these two teams, I think between Mercy and Armageddon, this is such a toss-up because you have very competent splash players on both sides in the form of Gray, Kelpers, and on the other side, you saw Apple and Eric running the splash. Knaves, of course, on the sloshing machine. But on the other side, you have a very dangerous threat that Mercy might not be ready for in the form of Armageddon, and that's Kipu, who likes to play the Splatling, which would vastly outrange anything Mercy brings. But Kipu is going to bring out a Nautilus, something I don't think we saw coming at all.
I love Nautilus. I'm so glad they busted it this patch, and more people are just realizing how amazing it is. We do see the double splash and the flings and roller, and still, these two teams, I don't think we fully gave credit to them. Armageddon, 2nd place, gold bracket, tournament 1. Mercy, 1st place, gold bracket, tournament 2. These are two incredibly strong teams. It's no surprise they made it all the way to gold bracket, and it's already a cutthroat match starting off. This 52 gal on the side of Mercy is going to be defending their zone, but one got behind them. It's the flings and roller, I think. Flings and roller forced to jump out, but nice pick onto Luis from the 52 gal, and Mercy still has control of the zone. 35 seconds in, but now it's starting to be contested a little bit, and Armageddon gets it back.
Yeah, good combination of Rain as well as the Ray to push the members of Mercy back here, and now Armageddon looking to go up and maybe get a couple picks. Gray looking for something there, not just going to find a little tag, not going to find a good hit though, as the Crab Tank now on the side of Mercy is going to get popped out. And something to note about Mercy is they're opting to play Splash 52 here with a little bit of T-Tech mixed in, and it's going to pay off as they're not able to re-get the zone, but it's really going to shut down I believe 3E there. Unfortunate if you are the members of Armageddon there. 3E just kind of absolutely trapped there. And now Mercy holding the zone yet again, already getting rid of their penalty. And man, are they pushed up far. The members of Armageddon definitely are going to be looking to combine all their specials to come in. You see the missiles come out on the side, the Rain coming up in the Nautilus, just waiting on the Crab Tank. There it is. And now the members of Mercy going to be forced to back out. Eric in trouble. The last one actually alive on Mercy. They definitely know Eric is back in that alley. Eric smartly jumps out, letting Armageddon get a little bit of control, but Mercy looking to retake.
Yeah, Mercy has quite a healthy lead here, but Armageddon is through that penalty, but Mercy has a lot of options here. They do have the 3 different shooters, each of which have their own unique kits, and we're already seeing them at play. 3 different specials coming in. thrown at Armageddon's way, but they stay unfazed. Armageddon still has control of the zone. Here comes that Booyah Bomb from Naves on that machine, but they do lose the lead there. Armageddon has the lead right now. They're pushing the zone ever further past 30, and Armageddon is still up 4 versus 2 versus Mercy. Mercy are 2 dead. They have the Tri-Strikes at their disposal, but just Tri-Strikes are not going to be enough to move Armageddon out of the zone. And now Armageddon is in a great spot to get this knockout here. Only 10 more points to go, and that can evaporate in 5 seconds. Here come those Tri-Strikes as Mercy starts to file in. The zone is being contested heavily, but Armageddon still has it, and they take game 1 via knockout.
Yeah, the Booyah Bomb either was gotten a little bit late there, just a split second too late, or not able to be thrown fast enough. How dare the members of Mercy not booyah their Booyah Bomb? Shame on you. If that was the case. But Armageddon gonna be able to hold on to game 1. And remember, this is top cut, Pinky. So this is single elimination.
Exactly. This is single elimination. If you win, you move on. If you lose, you're out at 5th. And these teams were both, I mean, we said it before, Mercy won Mercy won Tournament 2. Armageddon got 2nd at Tournament 1. They want to make it back to that podium, and only one of these teams can have the shot to get there.
Yeah, but do remember our rules here for Top Cut. The first game is a set map mode combination. The losing team gets to counterpick the map mode from our wonderful map pool. I'm wondering, Armageddon's so strong on Splat Zones. I mean, they are an extremely strong team on Splat Zones. We saw it in the Hagglefish game. Hagglefish Market, probably one of the best stages in the game, Pinky. And for almost any mode, maybe besides Clan Blitz. Clan Blitz is a little iffy for this one. But the other modes for this map are absolutely fantastic. And it always comes down to who's the better team in a Splat Zones game. And Armageddon, very strong Splat Zones team. Mercy's counterpick, though, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we see a Clan Blitz come out of Mercy. I don't know. Clan Blitz is always a toss-up, but I feel like Mercy's got really good communication skills to really make their pushes count. They're not playing against Healthy Diet Cougars right now with stellar defense. They're playing against Armageddon, a more, I would say, aggressive style team, with the exception of Kipu, who really likes those Splatlings. Who is a very competent backline. But the other mode I can see coming out from Mercy would be Rainmaker.
Yeah, I think those more dynamic modes definitely suits Mercy's style just a little bit better. They're a very mobile team. I mean, we saw in that last game, they're running much more mobile weapons, and that's why they chose Rainmaker here on Mincemeat Metalworks. But Armageddon had a pretty significant range advantage in that game, and we know how devastating a team with a good range advantage can be on Mincemeat Metalworks. These sightlines are just so brutal to work around that even if Mercy has a very strong machine at their hands, it's going to be hard to get them in position around those backlines that we said Kipu is so strong at using.
Yeah, and I do think they are trying to play. They are going to be trying to play around the machine here, as you said, Pinky. But as you said, Kipu, an extremely strong backline, could break out the Hydra on Mincemeat Metalworks, and then you are in trouble because you are not going to be able to go anywhere without Kipu seeing you. But with Kipu playing Nautilus in that Splat Zones game, I wouldn't be surprised if Kipu plays a more aggressive option. Maybe just go back to Vanilla Heavy. I am curious as to why Mercy did take this Mincemeat as their counter pick. Obviously, we talked about the machine. Wondering if they might go back to their double splash comp here, though.
Yeah, double splash is really good on this stage. Getting that quick pop on that Rainmaker, and you can just shut down an entire lane of travel with just that crab standard fire. It is so difficult to approach it, but I mean, Armageddon has been showing to be a very strong team, and they have good defensive capabilities. Even if they don't change their comp, they have a Nautilus, a Flings, and 2 crabs at their disposal, which is quite the hard wall to punch through, if I may say so myself.
Oh, for sure. It'll be interesting to see how Mercy decides to work around Armageddon's comp how Mercy works around Armageddon's comp. I don't know why I was mixing up the teams for a second there. I thought we were reversing counter picks in my head.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a lot going on. There's a lot that both of these teams have to consider. Armageddon is at set point here. If they win this game, they move on. And notably, Armageddon has the counterpick advantage right now, because even if they lose this game, they have the ability to counterpick a stage that more suits their advantage, which I feel like counterpick advantage is not something that's talked about a lot, but Armageddon, even in spite of being up a game, is in a phenomenal spot to win the set, and the onus is really on Mercy to respond not only here, but on a potential counter pick from Armageddon in Game 3.
Yeah, and that's such a dangerous thing, especially with the single elimination top cut, where you're right, the counter pick advantage does come into play. You can win Game 1, you can lose Game 2, but knowing that you have that advantage for the counter pick is a big thing. Now, granted, Armageddon cannot go back to Hagglefish. I also don't think they can go back to Splat Zones. I'm pretty sure they have to play a mode they haven't won on that. I could be wrong on that, off the top of my head. But we know they can't go back to Hagglefish. They can't go back to a map mode combo they won on.
Yeah, that's only fair. Imagine if you could just run it back and just say, no, we're staying on.
You're going back.
We're going back. This isn't Ultimate. We're not playing every single game on PS2. It's fine. There's stage diversity in this game.
It seems like Mercy's actually taking a little bit of time here. They're using up the full count in the timer here. I wonder if we've got a little bit of a discussion going between the members of Mercy at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to consider here. Mercy, they're the defending champs. They don't want to take this lightly. They want to get the win on Armageddon so they can move on to that bracket. And if we're going to take just a quick little sneak peek of bracket here, which I think flashed on screen briefly, Healthy Diet Food Groups is there in round 2 waiting for them.
I'm actually taking a look right now. It seems like they might have not actually wanted to play at Rainmaker Mincemeat. The graphic for I'm seeing that the graphic for them was a little confusing. That's okay. It happens. It happens even to the best teams, even to teams in gold, even to teams in silver. Sometimes you have that. So maybe Mercy's counterpick is not Rainmaker Mincemeat. So we will wait on word for that to see what it is. It is okay. We have been told. We have just been told it is going to be Rainmaker Mincemeat. So they are not changing it.
Yeah, I mean, oh, well, there we go. Now we're going to be getting, and the connection's been lost. That's what's been going on. Now it all makes sense.
It makes sense now.
I mean, look, I didn't want to say it earlier, but, like, there's only so many logical conclusions before your connection to the host has been lost.
Okay, they are rehosting the room, so we will be back momentarily with that. Not a big deal. We can talk about kind of the strategy of Mercy here. Like, how do you break in? Well, before that, we got a good look at our bracket, Pinky.
I mean, like I said, Healthy Diet Food.
Are we surprised?
They're now 6-0 in sets. I mean, their win streak is not stopping, and I mean, they beat Mercy just now. Mercy is gonna have that chance for that run back if they do make it past Armageddon. On the other side of the bracket, none of these sets are complete, but Saiko is 1-0, is one game up over Sand, and we talked about SynRG and Rabid being in silver bracket. Saiko is the team that beat both of them and put them in there. Yep, and Saiko, as players know and as the chat must know, Saiko is an extremely strong EU team. They've just been devastating teams today. Again, one of the heavy-hitting teams. Nice to see them in gold bracket. Nice to see them participating in an SAC as well. I'd love to see more of them going into the future. But yeah, SynRG and Rabid got pushed into silver bracket because of Saiko. So you got to keep that in mind, especially because SynRG and Rabid both had incredible showings the last couple tournaments. Yeah, it's just, it's quite frankly shocking to see them in silver bracket, but that just speaks to the utter strength of Saiko. They're a team that you cannot count out, and Saiko, I mean, we talked about how all of the other teams in this phase are 4-1, and the only team that Saiko lost to is Armageddon, which is on the other side of bracket for them. So if Armageddon gets taken out early, Saiko could have a very clean run through this tournament. Yeah, indeed they will. And honestly, if you're Healthy Diet Food Groups right now looking at, the stream match, kind of chilling and relaxing, waiting to see whether you're going to be playing Mercy again or Armageddon, you got to be proud with your performance today. I mean, you're guaranteed a third place game. Yeah, you're guaranteed at least to make bronze, at least to make fourth, which, considering they came from 5th place in silver bracket in tournament 2, and they are now the team to beat in gold bracket. Props to Healthy Diet Food Groups. My goodness. What a great group of players willing to improve that much in such a short span of time. Because bear in mind, they got silver bracket, fifth and silver bracket last week. We have back-to-back SACs from last week to this week, and then we go on a little bit of a break before tournament 4. But man, Healthy Diet Food Groups in a week
has put in such an incredible improvement.
It's honestly ridiculous just how whenever those pieces just start to click, those puzzle pieces fit in place, those gears start turning, you can really just explode improving, especially with that team coordination. And I mean, we saw Healthy Diet Food Groups on the stream. They are a tough cookie to crack. So, I mean, we said it before, we'll say it again, they're the team to beat right now, and what just insane improvement for them to make it here. It's just ridiculous to think about.
Yeah, as we wait on our game, it looks like we are having a couple where they have to restart the Wi-Fi, so it is just going to be a little bit longer before we get you into Game 2 in Round 1 of Top Cut here between Mercy and Armageddon. Kind of getting back to the point I wanted to talk about a little bit earlier, Pinky. If you're Mercy and you are going to Rainmaker on Mincemeat Metalworks, we've seen Mercy likes to run a very short-range comp, and while their machine may be strong, again, on the other side with Armageddon, you have Kipu, and if I'm Mercy, I'm definitely looking to bring the double crab here, because I do not want Kipu sitting back on their plat the entire game and just keeping us out.
That would be nightmarish for them to deal with, because, I mean, Mercy doesn't really have a strong backline option, and Kipu, I mean, Armageddon certainly has no E-Leader player. E-Leader is what really shuts down this map, but just the range presence from a heavy splatling, and especially that mobility and the ability to just move around on so many key backline positions, I think that's really going to be difficult for Mercy to break through unless they just come up with a good strategy and really coordinate with each other to break through that defense.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of like all the options they can run through in their head, because we've seen them run Splash, we've seen them run 52, we've seen them run Custom Junior, we've seen them run the Sloshing Machine, but we haven't really seen much else. So in my head, I'm thinking, what else is in Mercy's repertoire that we might have not seen?
Yeah, and more importantly, how else are they going to play it to fit it into how they want to play? Because we've mentioned before, they're a very aggressively minded team, so maybe a backline won't fit in their style, but maybe they want to change things up just a little bit and suit the opponents that they have in front of them, and the opponents that are staring them down 1-0, and that Mercy has to win 2 games straight on to move on through this bracket.
And not only does Mercy have to win 2 straight, they have to win their own counter pick, and then Armageddon's counter pick if they win that. So, again, a tall ask for Mercy coming in for sure.
You can say that again, because, I mean, if you're Mercy, you're thinking you're just going to roll straight through it. I mean, I wouldn't say they breezed through Tournament 2, but they didn't drop a set. They only dropped 3 games in their whole run to first place. I'm sure they expected something very similar to that, and I mean, here they are. They lost a set to Healthy Diet Food Groups, and they're on the verge of losing a set to Armageddon as well.
Yeah, and again, it goes to show you literally anything can happen in a Splatoon 3 tournament. Anything can happen from week to week. Anything can happen bi-weekly if the teams decide to put in the improvement. But again, it can't be understated how much of a heavy-hitting tournament we had this week. There's so many just upsets all around the board as we get into the game here. And believe it or not, Armageddon opting to go no backline to challenge Mercy, with the exception of Kipu, who's now going to be playing the Flingza role, the longest ranging thing in the game.
I mean,
at least in this match.
Flingza can function as a backline very effectively, but it's certainly not the backline I would have expected on this stage. It doesn't really get kills from far away, it more so just applies pressure. And yes, missiles are annoying, we're already seeing them come out, but I would have expected something a little more lethal. But speaking of lethality, the strikes are coming down, that 52 on Mercy is going down. The Flingza on Armageddon is going down. Armageddon is the first to get that Rainmaker. Gray is going to be holding it, and they're in a very awkward spot. They're trying to drop it close to that checkpoint. Nice pick on the Momet from Gray. Has a clear shot to this pedestal. They are going to break the checkpoint, die to the Booyah Bomb, but more importantly, that checkpoint being broken means Armageddon is going to have very easy future pushes should they want to get it past that little elbow area on the side of Mercy.
Yeah, and I gotta check real quick. Kipu, Flingza on this document. I don't see Flingza on here. With Kipu in the flings. That's good. That's just shocking to me to see as Kipu goes down right there, and now Armageddon looking like they're a little bit on the back foot now. But Lewis with this vanilla slosher actually just kind of being a little bit of a pain to the Rainmaker on the members of Mercy, as there is a one just waiting on the drop. I believe that's 3E, and Apple and Knave's going to be forced to back up here. They're not going to be able to get the Rainmaker off their truck there at the moment, and it looks like Mercy's going to be forced back yet again. And the problem that I'm seeing right now from Mercy is there is a lot of fall-off damage coming out on the sides of Armageddon. You've got a slosher, a flings roller with missiles, and you've got burst bombs for additional chip damage if you really need it. So this is a tough match for Mercy.
Yeah, and you have those faux explosion shots to deal with from that Crab Tank. I mean, Crab Tank can do it all, and chip damage is included in that. But right now, Armageddon's the one with the Rainmaker. They just survived that Booyah Bomb. They have 2 splashes and a Flings at the ready. The Flings that goes down, though, but the 52 goes down on the side of Mercy. It is just this machine alive for Mercy, and Armageddon has a clear shot, but the machine is behind them. Machine gets the pick on the Maker, and they get the pick on the jump as well. They get the triple as well, taking out Gray, helping with that wipeout, and Mercy able to stop Armageddon from getting any more points on the board.
That is a massive triple from the machine on the side of Mercy, but unfortunately, members of Mercy still are not going to be able to do enough to get this Rainmaker to the pedestal. They really need to break this checkpoint. Armageddon has only just broken the checkpoint. All they need is just a couple more points, as the Booyah Bomb's going to come out and hopefully delay the members of Armageddon long enough for them to break the checkpoint, as Knave's looking like they're going to go in, trying to get a pick on 3E, stops the Crab Tank, now looking to fight. Kipu gets another pick there. 3 members of Armageddon are going down. Last one's to splash. Are they going to be able to break the checkpoint? Yes, they are. It's not going to be enough for the lead yet, Pinky. But Mercy giving themselves a fighting chance, and they're looking to maybe just take lead here. Getting one more pick. A trade is happening, getting to 57. Going in just for a couple points before 3 go down. A good push from Mercy, but not quite how they wanted to end that, I don't think.
Yeah, making it all the way around that elbow and on the other side of that wall. Getting into that 30-point mark. That's where Mincemeat really becomes snowbally, and they just weren't quite able to make it. But getting it down to 44 is still solid, but notably, on Armageddon's counter push, they don't have a checkpoint to deal with. Gray's trying to clear the path with that Crab Tank for that Rainmaker standing behind them, but Mercy's just not going down. They're turtling for defense. They know they have to stay alive with all their worth. Here come those tri-strikes and just try and force Armageddon to move oh so awkwardly. That Crab is going to get that pick on the splash, though. Never mind, it's a 10 attack. Nice assist on the side of Mercy. Here comes another splash popping up out of nowhere, though. 10 attack is able to win that 1v1. Very well done from Moment, getting that spot on the 3E. And it's just the Rainmaker that's going to go down. Armageddon's push is kind of getting stuffed by Mercy's team play.
That was such a big fight for Armageddon and Mercy there, and Mercy able, again, as you said, the team play, absolutely incredible. Gets a random splat bomb kill, Lewis there. Gonna be able to take that for a few points at least, as Eric's gonna be carrying the Rainmaker. Can they get up this jump? Yes, they are. They're gonna be able to push the Rainmaker all the way to 16-12. A great push from Mercy. That's gonna put Armageddon on a very big back foot. Knave's looking to win a 1v1 here. Unfortunately, not able to, as the members of Mercy are going to wipe out. Armageddon, though, really needs to get control of this map. There is nobody up for Mercy right now in
There's
mid.
a disconnect!
And there's a disconnect. They have to force this game to finish. That is really unfortunate on the side of Mercy. They can still hold on to this. I have faith. I would love to see a game 3, but it's definitely going to be a tough ask. This is going to force Mercy to play a little less aggressive. As you said, Pinky, we love to see Mercy playing a little more aggressive. The splash wall might come in clutch here. The killer whale, there's only a few seconds left on the clock. This push is going to be vital for the members of Armageddon. If Mercy can hang on just long enough, it's going to be great. 2 members of Armageddon go down. Kipu's trying to squid roll through all these Rainmaker shots. One of the members of Mercy's going down.
Bomb!
To the bomb! And Mercy with the disconnect saves the set.
We don't need a splash amount against Splatoon 3. We can have our splash on. We still will defend the Rainmaker till the day we die, and Mercy pulling through, barely getting that win in the last few seconds of overtime. So clutch from Mercy, not even caring about one of their members DCing. Just beautiful defense, beautiful special coordination, beautiful bomb play, and now we have a 3-game set.
I love the just guts that Mercy showed at the end of that game. Being one down is hard in general. It really is. And they had such a good lead, but they played that so patiently. They got a couple picks on Armageddon. They got exactly what they needed. They took down the bucket. They took down one of the splashes. And at that point, you were free to unleash the killer whale, and you were free to bomb spam the Rainmaker, and it paid off for them. Just a great three-person effort from Mercy there at the end.
Those bombs from that T-Tech, I think that was Moment. My goodness. Like, those bombs were just so annoying for Armageddon to deal with, and now we're in a game 3 scenario. Armageddon gets that counter pick, but that has got to be a surge momentum for Mercy. Even with the disconnect, they were able to defend it, and they still got a very strong push all the way to 12 that Armageddon was not quite able to respond to. So Mercy definitely has a lot of momentum on their side going into Armageddon's counter pick.
And you gotta admit, even on that last push before the disconnect, Mercy used the clock well. I mean, they know they needed way more points to secure the lead, but the way they managed the clock to kind of time their push to an extent where not only did Armageddon have to rush all the way out with all of them down to get a lot of paint, but they didn't leave Armageddon with more than like 20 seconds left on the clock. So not only did Armageddon at that point have to pick up the Rainmaker from their spawn and carry it all the way to the pit area of Mercy, but Mercy was able to set up defenses because all the while Armageddon still had to push all the way up to their end.
Yeah, and in those last few seconds of the match, as Mercy was respawning, I'm not sure if anyone in the audience caught that, but that 10-attack splatter shot was painting for tri-strikes in the spawn area because they knew how important the special play was going to be in stopping that defense even before the splash disconnected. And once the splash disconnected, there were still just enough resources that Mercy had to keep Armageddon away from that final pedestal.
Yeah, I felt like if Apple, who I would believe was playing the 52 there, I feel like if Apple went down there, that was it. If they got the killer whale pick there, the members of Armageddon, I do not think that Mercy was going to be able to hang on to that game. That special absolutely turned the tide of that. It forced the Rainmaker to move, and it allowed Mercy to put the Rainmaker in a position for Armageddon where the members of Mercy could get that Rainmaker pick, and that was very good play.
Yeah, exactly. Just beautiful play from Apple on that 52. Just knowing exactly when to stay alive, knowing exactly how to use the splash walls to take control of the very narrow choke points on Mincemeat Metalworks. You can put a splash wall on that rail, and it's just so daunting to try and push around it because all of a sudden you just have so much control and so much pressure by just pressing the R button once. And unlike for bombs, that's there for like 6 or 7 seconds.
Yeah, it's I honestly don't know what more there is to say in that, Matt. That was just, again, just gutsy by Mercy. We are kind of waiting on the room to reset, but it looks like we are going to be getting our counter pick in from Armageddon, and we are going to be seeing tower control on Mako Mart.
Ooh, very interesting pick from Armageddon if we're going to be seeing TC Mako. One of the slower modes. TC is one of the slower modes, not quite as slow-paced as Splat Zones, but Rainmaker and Clams are definitely the big dynamic modes with big pushes. Tower control, you kind of have to take your time to get it all the way there, and we saw how strong Armageddon is on Splat Zones. And Mako Mart is a very neutral-heavy stage, and I know that Armageddon is very strong in these neutral scenarios. Mako uses a war team that plays longer and has stronger coordination, and Armageddon certainly have a lot of good weapons in this in Game 1. But Mercy is definitely not going to be underestimated whatsoever.
Yeah, but here's something very interesting for you, Pinky, as your mic was acting up a little bit. Armageddon has been in this situation before. In the first tournament. And they lost. On TC Mako. And it came down to whether Kipu had Booyah Bomb. Kipu is not on Hydra here. Again, on TC Mako. Is sticking with Flings a Roller, and on the side of Armageddon, there's also a Carbon Deco.
Armageddon, I guess, taking notes from Healthy Diet Food Groups. I mean, they are the undefeated team of the day, but it's not working out for them so far. Mercy has the man advantage 4-2. Bucket is back. All the members of Armageddon are back, but now Mercy starting to make a push. That T-Tech sticking close by the tower, just trying to make sure that they have control, and they're getting that tower special advantage. Notably, they're so close to breaking that first checkpoint. They need a few more points, and it looks like Mobit is going to break it for them. And now, 3 on the side of Armageddon are dead.
Yeah, this is really dangerous if you're Armageddon. Again, Armageddon's been in this situation before, but they were the ones actually making the push before they ended up getting an unfortunate 3-down situation. And Mercy has just not given up yet. The double roller is, I feel like, it's a little questionable here. I respect the Flings of Roller play. Kipu bringing out something else we haven't seen in the repertoire, but look who's at the top of the screen right now if you are a Mercy fan. Apple is just sharking there, and the members of Armageddon have absolutely no idea. Unfortunately, as Apple tries to sneak up, I believe one of the members of Armageddon turned around at just the right moment and caught Apple maybe moving there and was able to get a clean pick and gets another pick on to Eric as well. 3E just gonna be a menace with this Carbon as they make the jump onto the snipe.
Yeah, Ninja Squid now being changed to being less of a ninja. Armageddon's getting close to this lead, but 3 of them go down. It's just the Bucket left alive. The Bucket is getting chased out, and Mercy's going to be able to defend that lead just a little bit. But Armageddon is showing that that is not a comfortable lead by any means. If Armageddon is able to break that second checkpoint, they will get the lead back from Mercy. But now Mercy's in a great spot. A lot of this map is painted in their color, and they have the man advantage against Armageddon. It's 4 versus 2. They have a crowd at their disposal too, and Mercy's already starting to make a very strong push.
Yeah, and this map advantage, it's going to go in the favor of Mercy for quite a while. Again, they kind of opted double roller, which does give up a little bit of paint. Now, granted, one of them is the Flings of Roller on the side of Armageddon, but Mercy's aggressive play style does work well with bigger paint. If you're going to give up paint control, Mercy is going to take advantage of that. And right now we're seeing that as Mercy has brought the tower back to the second checkpoint with a crab at the ready. They're going to jump back on this tower and try and break this checkpoint. This is a big checkpoint. If you're Armageddon, you do not want Mercy getting this checkpoint right now, but you have threats from all sides to deal with. As on the left side of your screen there, you saw someone get the pick in the spawn area. Unfortunately, Mercy going to be able to break this checkpoint. Lewis going in maybe to make a hero play, not going to be enough. Kipu drops in, doesn't find anything as well, and now the Carbon drops in. They're really heavily feeding right now, and the members of Armageddon are just not getting any picks, and that is going to do it, Pinky.
Mercy was just dominant in that game 3. Just absolutely marching forward with that tower. Armageddon had a strong opportunity with their push, but it got stuffed a little too soon, and Mercy made it all the way back. We waited a long time for that game too, but the rest of the set certainly did not disappoint, and Mercy takes the win and is going to move on through top cut.
Yeah, and I'm a little disappointed we're not going to get to commentate the next game, or the next pair of commentators isn't going to get to commentate the run back, because, as you know, we like to jump to the other side of the bracket to see what's going on. But what everybody needs to know is that Mercy is going to be getting a run back on the team that put them against Armageddon, and they are going to be going again against Healthy Diet Food Groups.
Yeah, Mercy is not happy about losing that 1 seed. They're definitely gunning for it back, but while that was happening, Saiko takes it 2-0 over Sand. Watermelon takes it 2-1 over I Don't Know, and that is going to be the slated round 2 match I believe we're going to be seeing on stream, so definitely a lot to look forward to. We talked big game about Saiko, and now they're in semifinals. If they beat Watermelon, them being Grands versus the winner of Mercy versus Healthy Diet Food Groups. It's a lot of great Splatoon to come.
Absolutely. But with that, Pinky, we have to sign off. Our next pair of commentators will be Nox and Genie. They will be taking you through the rest of the tournament. So first off, Pinky, this is the first time we've commentated together, so thank you very much. This was awesome.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I really enjoyed commentating with you, man. It was awesome. These are some great sets.
We talk a lot. You and I can go on rants for like a long time, and I love it.
Love for the game, man.
Absolutely. And with that, we will be seeing you in quarterfinals, but in our time, we will be signing off. So thank you, and we look forward to quarters.
All right, have a good one, everyone. Stick around because there's some great Splatoon to come.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Gold Bracket of SAC Season 6, Tournament 3. I am Genie7, and this time, I've got a new special guest with me.
I am Nox. Lovely to be here. And Jeannie, what teams are we going to be looking at?
We have Watermelon versus Saiko. Watermelon did play in last tournament. They were unfortunately bumped out of the tournament by Mercy, the team that did win it all in the first round. And Saiko, this is their first showing. So I'm very interested to see what happens. I know we've had a little bit of a break from that last set to catch up. Both the Saiko have been sitting cold. They've been sitting for, I want to say, at least 20 minutes since they played their last actual match.
Yeah, and that can always throw a team off. It definitely is a shock to the system to immediately have to go back into that high-stress situation after just essentially either doing just an open or chilling for 20 minutes.
And yeah, it's late in the tournament, so it's dangerous to fall into that cooldown state. But here we go. Zones Inkblot Art Academy, game 1 of this best of 3.
Yeah, Zones Inkblot is always a fun map. It's a map that we've seen a lot of. Not really any super surprising picks coming out here. We are seeing Double Splash, and we are not seeing Orion on the Tetra, which is a little surprising to me. We're seeing him on the V-Shot instead. We are seeing a Tetra coming out still here from Endor, which will be interesting to see how they manage to disrupt those lines that Watermelon Saiko would want to run.
Yeah, well, the team's just trying to fight it out in mid, seeing what they can get done. There's already going to be a crab up on the side of Saiko. That's going to be followed up by Watermelon's crab as well. Both teams are just fighting for space, but Watermelon, they have good control of zones and comp.
Yeah, Watermelon doing a great job here of just making sure that they have control. This is definitely a map that can get very lockouty, although it doesn't seem to be getting that way right now, especially with how many skirmishers we're seeing coming out of both teams between the Tetra and the Splatana Stamper coming out. And Splatana Stamper really great at just getting in and disrupting those lines.
Oh, they had tried to disrupt, but unfortunately shut down really easily there by that splash. Watermelon still holding onto the zone, and they could be really in a really good spot if they walking away with this, if they can just live a little bit longer.
Yeah, they definitely are putting themselves in a fairly good position. Their Tetra is down, but they don't really care about that. Tetra's jobs are to go in, cause distraction, cause some chaos, hopefully get a pick while they're at it, but if they don't, they have QR. They get QR procced that way. We are seeing that crab coming out as they try and reclaim this zone in a 2v2 situation.
Idu is trying to go around this crowd, trying to find their space for the members of Saiko, and they're going to trade out with Curve. Watermelon, they have recaptured zone and are starting to push up onto the plat, but the members of Saiko are holding strong. They're holding defensively. And Orion, with their Splatana Wiper, are trying to push in on this machine, and they're able to get that splat together.
Yeah, Splatana Wiper here doing a great job getting in, once again, causing that chaos that we love to see. Able to get taken out. But like the Tetra, they're going to be running a lot of QR, and it tends to matter a little less if you go down. But they did get a pick there, so it will take them a little bit longer to respawn as the Booyah Bomb comes out and zone goes back over to Saiko.
Yeah, well, you see, there's just not a lot of space. Everyone's trading out, so no one's able to really get a true good foothold on the other team's plat. And we're seeing that these zones are just kind of being thrown back and forth. But maybe now Watermelon can try and get some space.
Yeah, I definitely think a part of that might be the fact that there aren't really any anchors or many stabilizing weapons really coming out. The splashes are essentially having to do that role because they are the most stabilizing force that they really have an option to use on either side. And we are seeing the splashes just doing a great job here, making sure paint is kept up and making sure they have those crabs ready when they're needed.
And finally, Watermelon had some control of the plat of Saiko. This is good. If these crabs can be up in time for the defense for Watermelon, this should be lethal. Crab is out. Booyah Bomb coming through. Saiko's trying to go in. They've got two specials going to the zone, but Watermelon, they're trying to hold on. They're trying to keep the zone neutralized. We're seeing a fight with the Zipcaster. Can the splash win it? No, they can't. And Saiko have recaptured that zone.
Nice to see the splash try and just maintain that fight rather than just going back to zone trying to hold paint down as their teammates were getting back in at that same time. Definitely an interesting choice to make as we are seeing Saiko starting to really be able to get a foothold here, managing to get some points on the board, and that is 2 down on Watermelon. That is huge.
Yeah, that's 3 down. This could be an easy wipe out if this machine falls. Machine is going to be able to jump out, but at what cost? Everyone else on Watermelon is fallen. They will have a Booyah Bomb kind of close to being charged, except they just used it. So no specials on the board at all, and they've got to go into this lottery Trizuka.
Yeah, it's always an issue when that Trizuka comes out, especially on that plat when it's so small. Inkblot definitely runs into some space issues here in S3 with how small and compact it is. And Saiko has managed to take the lead here from Watermelon. This is definitely a map where that kind of thing can happen. And that is 3 down on the side of Saiko as Watermelon's managed to get back into this zone, and it's just a Splatana Stamper left.
Yeah, the Stamper not able to find the space that needs. That's okay. They're still just actually causing, as I say, they're not creating space. They have so much space. They're behind the enemy team. I think their jumps can be camped, and yes, they will be punished. They were causing a little bit of distraction, but unfortunately fell.
Yeah, Watermelon able to start moving up a bit here. Machine doing a great job playing under that ledge, knowing that they can control so much space without needing to take a ton of risk. Tetra knowing that they should be the one up here on this plat, just causing a bit of chaos. Admittedly, Zuka does manage to take them out. Zuka not going to be able to take out the crab, though, and it seems like Lee will be going back to Watermelon here. Watermelon doing a great job of just keeping people out, and there are just 3 ticks left on the clock, but the Booyah Bomb comes out, and it looks like Zone might go back to Saiko here, but no, not quite. It is just the Machine left, and that is going to be game to Watermelon.
Wow, what a crazy ending. Just the fine razor's edge of a Machine hitbox with a Booyah Bomb was the only differential between Watermelon being able to hold on to that zone and Saiko recapturing it and letting the game go further. And those little pixel differences can cause a lot of changes, especially in a short best-of-3 set.
Yeah, always makes such a difference when you just win those a couple 1v1s, get that little bit of extra paint, especially on a zone like Inkblot where it is so narrow and you do need to make sure that you're painting both sides of it because you can't really paint around the giant... I don't know what it's meant to be in the middle. Maybe it's meant to be like a little classroom in there that people paint from the inside of. Who knows?
That would be an entertaining classroom to be in.
It sure would be.
I just think, thinking about having all that chaos going around you, I don't know how you'd be able to study.
Well, it would be an art class. They'd be painting the chaos.
Oh, true. True. Here we go. We got to talk about the maps. We got to talk about the map counter picks. We start on zones in Top Cut. This is the best of 3. The next map will be Saiko's pick. They get to pick any map in any mode combination that they have not won. So if they truly wanted to, they could go back to Zones Inkblot, and they have made a swift choice. Hagglefish Zones. A common, very, very common map mode combination.
Yeah, I do think Hagglefish is probably my favorite map in 3 so far. I love its aesthetic. I love how it feels to play on it. It feels like every weapon class to some degree has some area where it's really strong on it. It's such a fun map.
I completely agree with you that most weapons can be
I might have
used.
ignored rollers. I might have forgotten about rollers.
So you forgot rollers? Rollers have some utility?
No, I mean they do, but it's definitely not their favorite place in the world to be.
Blasters are a class that exists.
Blasters love it here. There's so many ledges for them to play around, lots of areas to get tipped
Luna
in
Blaster
around
exists.
corners.
Luna Blaster exists. It doesn't exist here. And then Brillas also just don't exist anywhere. So
Oh, Brellas just aren't real. Why would we pretend Brellas are real? They're a myth.
I got kicked out of staff, you see, because I was complaining about Brella for the 3rd week in a row, and they made him.
Well, you gotta not complain about Brella. We all know about Brella. Everyone has wanted to main Brella at some point, tried it, and then just realized, oh yeah, it doesn't function.
I was a Brella player for like a year in Splatoon 2, and then yeah,
you could no longer do it.
Then they updated the game and forgot it in the last one.
Yeah, it definitely had a period where it was viable there. I think it could become viable again if they manage to get 3's netcode a bit more under control, but we are getting into the game here, and we have we have the same comp coming out here from Watermelon, and Saiko also running the same comp. It is zones yet again, and we are seeing Saiko starting to really move in here, crab v crab situation. 2 down on the side of Saiko already, which means Watermelon will get this first cap and start moving up.
Not too worried about either of these team comps or who gets the first zone cap, because both teams were able to show that they were able to cap the zone and flip it really easily. It only came down to the final fight with very little penalties left alive when the game was truly decided.
Yeah, definitely. I will say Inkblot is a map more prone to that than Hagglefish. I think Hagglefish tends to be a little more stable, a little more consistent. That being said, we are going to see zones start flipping back here in the side of Saiko, but it seems like for now, Watermelon's going to be able to hold on, keeping the zone. Looks like we're having a crab come out. But that's
if the crab's able to live, Noah gets shut down by the Trizuka. Orion's Trizuka gets 2. This is so good for Saiko. But Watermelon somehow still snuck at least 8 points off the clock there. My goodness.
Yeah, they did a great job just making sure that they had that presence, making sure that they had that pressure, and really incredible Trizuka shots from Orion. Definitely not a weapon, not a special that we see very often to counter crab, but definitely can do it if you're good enough with it.
That's going to be Saiko. They're popping their crab tank, trying to create some space. This should be a good spot for them, because that would allow them to get lead. Watermelon just trying to look for a win in. They got Orion down on the lower side of the screen. They got 2 members of Saiko gone. Weebomb and Krabs are both coming out. Will this be enough to get the zone lead? No, they can't. It slips away, but at least they get the zone.
Yeah, Watermelon getting the zone back here is really crucial. Sometimes you need to lose the lead to win the game, if that makes any sense. It allows you to make sure that you go in a position that's more advantageous to you and you don't get wiped out again immediately. And they are going to be able to have a lot of specials online here for this push, it seems like, as they're all getting close to them. Machine doing a great job here, once again, playing around those ledges that it's so good at. And the crabs making sure and the Slash is making sure they have those crabs at the ready.
Yeah, I want to see how much work the Zipcaster can do, but not really any space found with anything else. There's 2 members down of Watermelon who went really far up. Zone is being contested. Here goes that Zipcaster coming from behind. We're going to see what they can get done. They get a little bit of damage down, help their team's ace out, and this is looking really good. The zone has been capped for Saiko. Good play.
Yeah, really great job there backing off from that last splash that was up. Able to stay alive, making sure that they're a little bit closer to that crab, almost to it already. And we are seeing them just making sure that they're playing the game the way they want to. They do have a decent lead right now. Saiko has a decent bit of points to take down, and they are a player down, which should allow Watermelon to start moving forward here, taking advantage of that burst bomb chip damage.
And 3 of them going to be coming out, forcing the crab off that high ground. Zone penalties are gone. Watermelon, they have down to 1 crab, and it's about halfway through. Reefslider is going to come in the zone, and that will be a great cap. It's able to stay alive with the little bit of a buff that Reefslider special did get.
Yeah, Reefslider definitely has a purpose in just making sure you get those instant zone caps every once in a while. Still not necessarily the strongest special out there, but way better than it was pre-patch. And we are seeing the Zipcaster trying to get a pick, not quite able to find it. Did cause some chaos, though. And they're trying to just make sure they can hold on to this zone. They're almost through penalty, and there are 2 down on the side of Watermelon. But now it's a 3v2 situation. Tetra's going to have been able to jump in. They do go down, but they were able to cause enough of a distraction for their teammates to be able to jump in on the other side of the map. Burst bombs coming out, causing a ton of that chip damage that we love to see. And we're seeing them be able to recap zone here, putting penalty back onto Saiko.
Yeah, and we saw with the Zipcasters being able to stay alive on the split side of that Splatoon Stamper, they allowed their teammates to jump in, have some space, and now Saiko has a stronger control of the zone. Unfortunately, now both teams are just scrapping out to see who gets it. The crabs are just causing so much chaos and so much space that Watermelon is able to recapture it.
Yeah, Orion doing what he can here to stay alive, but is going to be forced back into a corner. Machine making sure to call him out and forced to jump out. And there is still 4 up on the side of Watermelon here. That was a great push from them. As I say that, the Tetra does go down. And there is an Inkzuka coming out here from the side of Saiko.
I can't help to think that Watermelon is just winning the neutral fights due to the fact that they have 2 crabs. They're able to have twice as many crabs that Saiko will ever have, and it's just helping them out so much being able to hold on to the zone. As the penalty is finally gone, Saiko trying to get into the zone. They have to get it before the crabs are coming out. And here they go, and they're able to punish it from such a long range. That's exactly what they needed in the final hour.
Yeah, so what we're probably going to see Saiko do here is they're going to try and move up pretty quickly. They know that they have a lot of very fast, very special very fast-moving weapons where they can quickly get into spaces and just really lock them down. They're not overextending onto plat here, but they are pretty far forward. A splash has gone down. The crab is going to get shredded there, as we are seeing them being able to potentially secure lead.
It's going to be so darn close. Orion's just trying to hold on to the zone. They can't keep it. They've got a Trizuka ready, but they're just trying to paint the zone. They go down to the burst bomb. And Saiko, they're trying to do everything they can, but there's just a splash alive, and there's a Tetra Duel is coming in without Reefslider, and that's going to be game 2 going to Watermelon in a 2-0 fashion. Wow.
Yeah, really incredible gameplay there out of Watermelon. Really great job just making sure they held that zone and making sure that they did everything they needed to do. They made sure specials were online at the right time. I am surprised that Saiko didn't try and take advantage more of that Zipcaster to deal with the crabs, and it was never coming out when the crabs were out, and one of the main points of Stamper tends to be to specifically counterplay crab right now and how it's liking to be used.
We did see some of it, but not, I agree with you, not enough. Wow, I do have to say, give a big shout out to Watermelon to win both of those zones games on such a tight margin. Even though it says 2-0, it doesn't feel like a true 2-0.
Yeah, they did a really incredible job there, just making sure that they held space and got what they needed to do done.
And with that, we do have a little bit of a bracket update coming your way. On the other side, we have Healthy Diet Food Groups versus Mercy. A repeat of round 5 on stream of Swiss. These 2 teams on that side, that was a great match to watch the first time, and I bet it would be just as fun to watch it the second time. Watermelon, last tournament, did lose to Mercy.
Yeah, definitely a team that can put up a good fight against Mercy, though. Healthy Diet Food Groups has been around forever now, and it's always great to see them.
Another interesting fact is that Watermelon lost two healthy diet food groups in this tournament as well. So whatever happens, healthy diet food groups, they're the team to beat. They are the team that has already beaten Mercy, who they are currently playing, and if they move on, Watermelon. So they are definitely more or less the favorites going into the next round.
Yeah, Mercy definitely a very strong team who can do a lot, and Watermelon will be a very interesting set to watch against whichever of them manage to move forward.
But with that, I believe we will go to a little quick break. The next match will not be too long, as they are currently playing that third and final game. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to SAC Season 6 Tournament 3. We are here in Gold Bracket Finals. I am still Genie7, and I'm still joined by Nox. Nox, two great teams to show here.
Yeah, we have Healthy Diet Food Groups versus Watermelon. Should be a really exciting set. Healthy Diet Food Groups, a team we've seen around for forever, and they've been doing better than expected today.
Yes, we originally, Raisin and I on the podcast had been talking about Healthy Diet Food Groups and about how they could be maybe top 8 in going into playoffs in the final tournaments. But their first tournament was really not all the greatest. They found themselves in bronze, not a great showing. And they found themselves in silver for the second one. But steady improvements have found them all the way here in finals. Worst that they can place? Second. Huge improvements.
Yeah, always really great to see those kind of improvements coming out of a team. It's probably that they've just also managed to click, because it seems like they did just recently pick up their fourth, or have had to have a fourth specifically come in for SAC, which is always a stressful situation.
Yeah, and these two teams have played each other in this tournament series. First time they met, last tournament. Healthy Diet Food Groups lost 2-1 to Watermelon. But the last time that they faced in this tournament, Healthy Diet Food Groups came up with the victory over Watermelon. So both trading blows.
Yeah, Healthy Diet Food Groups coming in here with a comp that we are not commonly seeing. I love seeing that big bubbler, love seeing that Carbon get to thrive, and I think that Bamboo will do a great job of just putting a lot of pressure on those splashes and not allowing them to get into mid. And as I say that, one of them does manage to go down.
Yeah, this is not the best Carbon map, so we will see if the map selection will favor Watermelon with this, as we see Funky Eevee trying to find some space. They're looking to try and get a shark out and smartly jump out, knowing that they have outed themselves and have not found any success.
It's very possible that Healthy Diet Food Groups went in knowing this isn't going to necessarily be our strongest map, but we'll do the best we can on it. But we know that we have counter picks coming up after that, which is still not necessarily a situation you want to be in, because then you have to win on their counter picks after that, which is never fun. And we are seeing the Crab coming out here, being able to get a pick, looking for more, but if nothing else, keeping them out of mid for just a bit longer.
You see the members of Healthy Diet Food Group being pushed back by that Booyah Bomb. Watermelon creating a lot of space. Funky Eevee's going to be found out by Curve. The bomb is going to do a lot of chip damage, but not find the spot that they need, and that's going to be an assist on 3 for Curve. This is dangerous for Healthy Diet Food Group.
Yeah, it is extremely dangerous for them. Crab doing everything they can to just try and hold that zone neutral as their teammates spawn back in. Carbon has gone down again. They are just trying to get into this zone, trying to paint it, but that is the Julies going down, losing out on a lot of paint, just Bamboo and Junior, and they're doing everything they can to get this zone painted, and it looks like they might be able to, but no, not quite yet. And the Crab has come out, forcing the Bamboo into a really awkward situation. The Junior's bubble are allowing people to jump in that are able to get that cap.
No way the Junior's bubble was able to save that. The Junior's saving the game for Healthy Diet Food Groups, even though they were gone. Ziff doing so much work. They got in there with those bombs and that great bubble usage, painting the zone and keeping it neutral for so long.
Carbon doing a great job here, taking advantage of that Trizuka, able to get a pick with it, does go down, but Carbon, and I assume, is wearing enough swim speed or enough QR to make up for it, as I believe Eevee is very known to do. Crab once again coming out, allowing him to get this retake, does manage to pick off the Carbon again. And we are starting to see him approach back to mid, although the wave is making it a little hard for people to get back in.
Yeah, somehow Healthy Diet Food Groups were able to cap that zone in that scenario, but Watermelon says, you know what, no, we're going to take that from you. But Funky Eevee gets one. They get the Crab user before they can really get anything done. We see QT trying to get some more space with their Crab. Healthy Diet Food Groups have really flipped this game on set.
Yeah. Huge pick there from Eevee on that Crab. That Crab would have made it really hard for them to get back in, and managing to pull that off is huge. And now we're seeing the Dualies doing what Dualies do best, taking advantage of that movement, that momentum, and just being able to continue moving forward, although the Crab does come out, but there is a big bubbler from the Junior, which will allow them to all stay alive a little bit longer. Junior forced to back off, but that bubble sure did cause some problems for him.
Wow, this is a good spot for Healthy Diet Food Groups. They've really pushed up. Watermelon's back up into their spawn. If Eevee can get in here and get a lot of splats, that would be good. They go up, get a trade. This is space. Watermelon trying to find their way in the zone. They have to deal with this Crab tank. They got down the Junior. Zip has fallen. Kirby's going in. The Reslider's going to be punished on the side of Watermelon. The zone is still under contestant. We got Killer Whales. We got Crab tanks going out. Who's going to come out on top? It's looking like it's going to be Watermelon, and they do cap the zone.
Yeah, really great job there from Watermelon of knowing exactly when they needed to move in, managing to pick off that Junior, and managing to avoid the Crab tank from Healthy Diet Food Groups long enough to get them back in. And the Carbon managing to pull off a trade there, which is usually a pretty beneficial situation for a Carbon, and that is a full wipeout onto Watermelon, allowing the Dualies from Healthy Diet Food Group to be able to recap this zone.
They're the only one alive. QT was the last member of either team alive. Just saying, you know what? I have to pick the zone because there's no one else around. Watermelon, they're forced back to try and find their way in, and that's not a great way to find yourself on the front phase of a Carbon.
Yeah, Carbon's so great at just playing around ledges, just applying pressure around them, and getting those funky little picks that you don't necessarily expect. Junior doing what they can here to paint this zone, but not quite able to hold it as they do go down.
Eevee gets 2 on the right side of your screen, and Watermelon, they're trying to keep the zone in their favor, but it's so hard with the Killer Whale just putting out so much chip damage and all the members of Healthy Diet Food Group pushing him.
Yeah, I do think Bamboo is a bit of an underrated weapon, especially with the amount of chip damage coming out lately from burst bombs. And the fact that if somebody is chipped by a burst bomb, the Bamboo can just one-shot them with the fastest charge time of any charger. And we are seeing Watermelon starting to be able to move up here, able to really get this lockout going. They're going to try everything they can to just keep Healthy Diet Food Groups from getting back to this zone with 30 seconds left on the clock.
Looking very good for them. They got their Tetras in the position they want, but Ziff's going to punish that with that Junior. Watermelon, they're very, very close at winning this game. They got a Booyah Bomb down on zone. The Crab Tank's coming out from Healthy Diet Food Groups. Who's going to be able to hold on the zone? Watermelon's trying to keep it, but Healthy Diet Food Group, they will cap it. Will they be able to punish the members of Watermelon? Not looking so good, because they are staying alive, but they actually are going in. They're going deeper. They're trying to get the splats, but are they going to go too far?
It seems like they might have gone just a little too far with 3 seconds left on the clock. Both trying to hold zone. Huge picks there from Funky Eevee. Not quite able to take out that crab, though. Bamboo able to recap the zone. Junior tried to jump in, not able to do it. Just Flopper left. And they're not going to be able to hold it as the zone goes back to Watermelon.
Wow, that was such a close game. It started out in such a heavy favor for Watermelon, but Healthy Diet Food Group able to bring it really close to being back, but Watermelon shutting the door.
Yeah, Watermelon just doing a great job there of making sure that they're able to apply enough pressure and force people into positions that are awkward enough. Although I will say, that just was not the best map mode for Healthy Diet Food Group's weapons. I will be interested to see what their counter pick will be.
That's extreme. Looking forward, that is scary for Watermelon, because you know if Eevee can get that much work done with a Carbon on a map that isn't Carbon's playground, if they lose a game, which would be very expected because any map that Healthy Diet Food Groups, that they can pick anything they want to and put themselves on a map that Carbon succeeds on. It's not a bad case if they go on a map that Carbon isn't as favored on.
Yeah, do you have any guesses for what kind of map they might pick?
Oh, Nox, come on. I gotta pull up the map list. I know all the teams, but I don't remember all the maps. Let us look to see. They could go back to zones, they could go
Seems
to
like they're
Rainmaker,
going to
and the
Rainmaker
pick is
Mincemeat.
in, so it doesn't matter what I'm looking at anymore.
Rainmaker Mincemeat is not necessarily a map mode I'd expect from them. Maybe they'll try and pull out a leader here, though, since they did have that Bamboo going, and leader can do so well on this map, and crabs tend to be a little less favorable here. Not much. They're still very good. It's still crab. But the angles are a little more awkward, and the sightlines, while still being great, no, the sightlines are still great. I take it back.
I've seen this map too many times on too many POVs, and I can't exactly remember what Healthy Diet Food Groups pulled out and if they were able to win it. We saw a close match happen earlier on stream between Armageddon and Mercy, and that's the only one that's sticking in my head, so I can't pinpoint exactly if we're going to have an E-Leader or they're going to keep that Bamboo. I would be a little bit shocked, though, because you want to keep that speed on a mode like Rainmaker.
You do, absolutely. I just think that E-Leader has such great range here, but Crab tends to make E-Leader so difficult to play, but since they were pulling out a charger anyway, there's a chance, is kind of where my brain went.
I would completely agree with you on TC, and especially, like, even on Clan Blitz, you don't want to have an E-Leader. Clan Blitz Mincemeat, I would say yes, but Rainmaker, we'll see. We'll definitely see. I don't expect to have any comp changes from Watermelon, and we don't. And neither...
But we do see a Tetra coming out from Healthy Diet Food Groups. There's going to be some Tetra v Tetra action going on. Oh, yeah. Along with a Trip Strike coming out there from the T-Tech, who is running a decent bit of QR. There's a lot of QR coming out here from Healthy Diet Food Groups, so they're not going to care as much when they go down, especially with that Bamboo to jump into.
I was going to say, just keep if the Bamboo stays alive, that's not good for Watermelon.
It's a steamroll
especially
moment.
3 down.
Yeah, so they should just be able to really get forward motion here, able to get moving really quickly. Cutie Pie doing what they can here, causing a lot of chaos, causing a lot of distraction. Reef Slider coming out, able to get a pick. Not something that we often see out of Reef Slider. Cutie Pie doing a great job here of just making sure that they couldn't get that Rainmaker picked off before that checkpoint.
Looking like a good counter pick so far from Healthy Diet Food Group. They've got that first checkpoint. Reef Slider's coming out from the side of Watermelon. Ender can't find what the space they truly wanted or needed. But Watermelon, they're losing their members on the backline. They're trying to fight. The Rainmaker is luckily going to reset for them.
Yeah, but the Healthy Diet Food Group still has this mid area here, especially with that Bamboo position where they are. Flopper does go down. Oh, no, they don't. They managed to back off. Gonna be forced to back off quite a bit here. Does manage to get the jump out. as there are just 2 members left up for Healthy Diet Food Groups, but they're 2 members of a Carbon you don't quite know where they are, and a Bamboo that can try and pick you off at any given moment, which is always a rough situation.
Lots of bombs, and somehow able to live the Trizuka shot with the Rainmaker invincibility. The Rainmaker's trying to be popped for Healthy Diet Food Group, looking good as Watermelon is gonna back off. They're not gonna go for the lead, they're not gonna go for the sneaky play. But Ender says, no what? No, I'm gonna take my restarter, I'm gonna grab the Rainmaker. Maybe not, gets punished a little bit before they can grab that for 1 more.
Yeah, we're seeing really just great gameplay here out of Healthy Diet Food Groups, maintaining their composure, not panicking and just rushing in overly much, even though they have all that QR going on for them. And Lop were able to get that great pick there.
Yeah, good picks showing from Blopwood. We're just gonna see them go on this a little bit of aggressive play. Gonna get taken out by those Tetras who can move in so fast if you don't land your shots in.
Sif doing what they can here to stay alive while keeping pressure up. Rainmaker at the ready. Cutie doing that Tetra thing of just going in, not really caring what risks they're taking. T-Tech does go down. Looks like they're going to try and push in through this right side, a very safe path to take. Definitely don't see bridge taken all that often. But the bombs coming out from Healthy Diet Food Group are making it really hard for them to get in, and they are 2 down, and it's just the Rainmaker left.
Oh, and they're going to force the Trizuka to be used for Healthy Diet Food Groups. That's a good special to be forced for Watermelon, because that's a lethal tool that won't be able to be ready for the next push. And Carbon doesn't get it special very fast at all.
No, it doesn't. We do finally see those Tetras go down after being on the backlines for so long, but they were able to allow their teammates to get back into mid so quickly. And it looks like they might be able to get a couple points on the board here. No, not quite, but Blockware is able to just rehold this mid area. Tetras on that right side, trying to get this pop, able to get it, trying to try and sneak some points, able to get to 53, able to get 6 more points on the board. And we have that killer whale at the ready now.
Yeah, it could be used and get a lot of marks and a lot of damage down. But they were trying to get the Rainmaker to be popped. Monkey Eevee just trying to find a little bit of a space to punish this machine. They're gonna go in. Are they gonna be able to find it? No, not quite. Now they are through the Booyah Bomb armor able to find it. But Kirby says, "No, I've got this grab. I've got this splash. I'm gonna punish you for taking out my teammate."
The Rainmaker has reset, and we are seeing the Tetra picking a fight with this splash, taking advantage of their high mobility yet again, able to take one out. One crab does still manage to make its way out, but the Bamboo is able to safely back off. Tetra pushing the Bamboo here, not able to take him out. And we are seeing a push here out of Watermelon, trying to set up. We do see have that killer whale ready. Reef Slider coming out. Funky Eevee going down. And this should be a decent push, as long as the Tetra doesn't manage to get away with too much. But the whale managing to take out that Rainmaker.
Neither team having an astounding push. 58 and 53 aren't very far, to be honest, at all on this map. So I'm waiting on
any other map I'm with you, but on Mincemeat, you broke checkpoint. That's pretty good.
I feel like it's once you get to the base of that ramp. If you can make it around the corner, that's a good lead. Because any moment in overtime, it's once you get to that base of the ramp. If you hit your head into that base of that ramp, it feels like you hit your head at 19 on Air One Mall.
Or 11 on Walleye Warehouse.
Oh, true.
We are seeing Blopper just doing a great job here. They've been holding these trucks the whole game, allowing their teammates jumps in, because it's so important for Funky Eevee and Cutie Pie to just be able to quickly get back in with what they're doing. Cutie Pie has just been getting behind enemy lines this whole game and doing an incredible job of just ensuring that nobody can look at mid, because they need to look at the Tetra, which is a really great strategy to get to see come out. And it is just a splash left with only 20 seconds left.
Yeah, Kirby's just trying to find a little bit of an opening, and Zip's going to take the Rainmaker back. I don't know if this is a little bit early for this call, but they are doing it anyway. They're trying to punish the members of Watermelon who are going up, and Zip is going to be able to stay alive in their spawn. The Rainmaker is ticking down, and the game will end. Healthy Diet Food Groups takes game 2.
Really great counter pick there out of Healthy Diet Food Groups. They knew what they wanted to accomplish, and they allowed Cutie Pie to just play those Tetras so well, just doing that distraction role so perfectly by completely drawing attention to the back lines rather than into mid, which made it so that Blopware could just hold that mid area down for the entire game.
I want to point Zip out. Even though they had QR, they didn't play like they had that QR. They could have used it, but they played so defensively with that T-Tech, showing that even though it's a weapon, it is a 3-shot that can go in on the offensive and has been a weapon that can be a really strong frontliner. They played it very supportive. They played it like a junior, keep bombs out, keep teams' paint up, allowing their teammates to jump in, able to go in and fight if they want to, but they weren't the engagement tool. They let their teammates do the work in the front and stayed alive and created the space.
Yeah, they did a really great job of that. I think that's the main point of T-Tech in a lot of comps that it's in right now, unless it's playing with 2 splashes, in which case it's a little more flexible and can play that aggro role a bit more. especially in a comp like that, having 2 stabilizing forces is very nice because you really need that help to just stabilize everything. When you're having 2 players that are going to be either sharking or just running in on loop, trying to cause distraction, trying to get quick picks from awkward angles, and having players up for them to jump into all the time is so vital.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I'm thinking about the counter picks. We got a minute on the clock for the counter picks. I'm probably looking to avoid maps like, you can't take them back to Brinewater. You can't take them there because you already won that. Maybe Scorch. I don't know Scorch Clams. If that's one of the Carbon truly enjoys, I would not.
It's not Carbon's favorite.
I wouldn't take them to Flounder. If I see a Flounder here, that is a massive mistake. The Flounder Heights has always been
Carbon. Yeah.
It's been Carbon.
It's been Carbon's playground since S1.
Yeah, it's had fun. Carbon was not all the best in 2 not because of Ink Armor, but because Flounder Heights wasn't there.
Without Flounder Heights, truly, why would Carbon exist in a game? Obviously.
Yeah, I completely agree with that one. Maybe Wahoo, but like Wahoo Zones is your only option, so
I keep forgetting Wahoo exists because nobody picks it anymore.
Well, Wahoo's a counter counter.
Hagglefish makes sense. They just picked TC Hagglefish, and that makes a lot of sense. You want those open sight lines to be able to punish the Carbon and the Tetra, or any dually they bring out really easily. Bamboo doesn't have quite as much reach here as it would necessarily want. There aren't as many angles for it to play around, not as many safe jump spots for it to set up. And T-Tech and Junior are good on every map mode because they are T-Tech and Junior. It's like Splash. They just kind of go.
I was gonna say you can play between those 2 on any map mode combination that you want, and we're already into the game. Everyone had their team comps ready to go. I'm pretty sure we won't have too much of a swap up from either teams. Guessing with how fast they
will, but we are going to see the Crab switch back, and the Junior coming back here out of Healthy Diet food groups. Crab so strong on this map, and Ziff just making sure they get that bubbler out all the time with those 2 special charge ups. And we are seeing everyone else getting into mid really quickly as QT seems to be wanting to get that Crab pretty early.
Definitely going to be getting that off, and the big bubbler's out. Going to be the first focus of the Crab tank on the side of Watermelon. Both teams fighting for space, but Healthy Diet food groups are falling. Watermelon taking the space and taking the control early in this game.
Yeah, Watermelon able to get 3 down here, going to be able to make a strong counter push, even though the Junior tried to get a sneaky push going early on, trying to use the bubbler to distract the Crab, I would assume. Tetra being forced to drop off here, Carbon and Tetra 1v1 happening. A little bit of an awkward situation for both. Eevee managing to pull that out. And Eevee just trying to get back into mid here. There are 2 Crabs ready, but there are 2 players down, so they probably don't want to pop those quite yet.
No, they're just trying to paint up space. Love seeing Carbon trying to paint. It's not the best painting weapon in the world, as Watermelon has both Crabs being used already. But Healthy Diet food group, their Crab was inside of a bubbler. So even though their Crab was fighting against 2 Crabs, they actually win that 2v1.
Yeah, definitely a lot of utility to bubble that people underestimate by the fact that you can use other specials within the bubble to just keep it alive. Junior stayed alive there, almost to another bubble already. We are seeing that Carbon just respawning in. The rest of their teammates just going to have to wait for them. Not able to really rush the situation. Tetra does go down, but as we mentioned before, Tetra doesn't really mind going down.
Yeah, Tetra's already back in mid, and that forced all the members of Watermelon to turn around just for a little bit. Healthy Diet food groups haven't been able to regain the control when Watermelon backed off as Funky Eevee falls. Ziff's got more jumps in. Lover's just trying to get some damage down onto that tower, popping that killer whale, and Watermelon, I believe 41 will be all that they get so far.
Yeah, Watermelon having to back off a bit here, waiting for their teammates to respawn in. Crab's gonna be at the ready, but the machine has gone down, which should allow Healthy Diet food groups to try and start getting into mid here. Bubbler coming out to just paint this mid area up. Ziff choosing to chase, choosing to back off at a very good moment, just using that little bit of time as a distraction. Crab coming out, hiding in that bubble, and they are just waiting for the right opportunity to move forward, and it seems like that Trizuka might be able to provide it.
Yeah, the Trizuka did a little bit of damage, but wasn't able to help their teammates. That's good. The Crab Tank being used by Cutie Pie on that right side gets enough space. Healthy Diet food groups could be pushing the tower right now, but they aren't. They would already be at the first checkpoint.
They would, yeah. Funky Eevee doing a great job there of trading off the Tetra, although both do have QR, and I do believe Funky Eevee's isn't going to proc there. Ziff holding this mid area, going to have the bubble up for Eevee to jump into potentially, and going to be able to get this tower to the checkpoint with that bubble, which is always huge, allowing you to get those points, but choosing to back off instead, as it's just Eevee and them.
Yeah, Ziff has to back off. The 3v1 scenario, wanting their jumps to come back in. Smart play. Because if they're able to win the fight here and now, that would allow them to get really, really close to that second check.
Yeah, Blopper able to take this tower finally. Junior has gone down to something flanking. Seems like Blopper's going to try and hold this tower area, even though they know there's somebody behind. They're all choosing to finally look back at that. Whale at the ready. Surprised it's not being used on this flank, but it is the Tetra. And they do manage to take him out. Tetra and Bamboo. Bamboo tends to win Tetra matchup pretty consistently, from my understanding, even in 3. Definitely did in 2 with that MPU.
I was going to say, MPU, take 1 damage from Ink and you're gone.
And we are seeing Cutie Pie trying to move up here and going to be forced to back off a bit.
Yeah, the tower, it got all the way down to 5 points before Watermelon was able to collapse back onto it. This is good space for Watermelon. They've really shown to be strong in this match so far and proven that their counterpick is working out for them. But they've lost 2 now.
They have, and it's just the Tetra and Machine Up, and the Tetra's probably going to use that Zipcaster. Going to be able to get a couple picks, actually. But Eevee able to go in and play cleanup. Zip still up there, has that bubbler ready to allow teammates into this tower. Eevee going to be able to probably get this pick here. Not quite, but the Junior manages to get it instead. Zip doing a great job there. Seems like Booyah Bomb's going to come out on this tower. They're still not going to quite be able to get this checkpoint. Zip trying to get back on this tower. Not quite able to do anything about it, though, as they don't have that bubbler ready like they so want to.
They so desperately need that machine out of that canopy snipe area for Watermelon. Healthy Diet Food Groups need it so badly, but they weren't able to find it, and that's going to be a wipeout. Holy moly! This is super good for Healthy Diet Food Groups now.
This is absolutely massive for Healthy Diet Food Groups, and they're going to have their crab up on the tent, which is so great. They have that bubbler ready to try and brute force this checkpoint, and now they just need to get some extra points. They just need to play this smart and play this safe. Cutie Pie able to move forward. Nobody on this tower, though, as Funky Eevee is able to tap it for a second, but they need to just get a few more points, and it's just that flash up, and that's going to be lead to Healthy Diet Food Groups with a wipeout.
Oh my goodness, huge comeback of turnaround of events. Monkey Eve's going to be fighting on this right side. The members of Healthy Diet Food Groups are just riding the tower. Junior does not have Big Bubbler close at all. They're just going to be running in here with the Junior. Get the bomb kill. Gets another splat on the assist. This is good for Healthy Diet Food Groups. They're running this tower down. There's no time remaining. Watermelon needs to find a way back into this tower if they want to stay in this game. But this should be a knockout right as the clock hits 0.
Incredible gameplay there out of Healthy Diet Food Groups to completely reverse that situation, taking full advantage of that wipeout to move up, paint up, and make sure that they were able to be in the exact positions they wanted to be in to enable their specials and weapons.
Wow. And normally, this would be it. This would be the 2-1. Both these teams are not unfamiliar with that scoreline, both having a 2-1 victory over each other. But luckily, as this is finals, we are here in a best of 5. So we've got more solid action coming your way. Nox, I want to go back on your point about saying like, winning a counter pick.
Yeah. Huge to win a counter pick. It is the biggest thing you can do in a counter pick based set, because winning the other team's counter pick sets you up in such a good position, because now they're going to feel even more thrown off. They thought they were good on that map mode. You are at the same time winning and messing with their mental so efficiently.
We completely saw why the carbon wasn't strong at all throughout the game. There's not really any space that you wanted mid. But as soon as you get towards that second checkpoint, there's a lot of cover that Eevee can just like start stamping down with that carbon, just rolling them over, and that's exactly what Eevee did. As soon as the rest of Healthy Diet Food Groups were able to get Eevee in that position, the game was over. Wipeout, game.
So I'm not going to ask you what map you think we're going to, but what mode? What mode do you think they're going to pick?
I would say
it's gotta be zones or TC.
No, they can't go zones.
Oh. Well, they're not going to pick Rainmaker.
I was gonna say, I don't want to pick Rainmaker. Clams?
They could go Clams, but that Junior's Big Bubbler would make it really rough to try and win on.
I don't want to take them to Inkling. I don't want to take them to Mahi. You can't take them to Brine Water. And I think
they go Scorch.
Yeah. I think between Scorch and Museum if they go to Clams.
It could be Museum, but think about all the funny little carbon spots on Museum.
We're gonna have the pick, and the pick is in. It is Rainmaker Scorch Gorge, my favorite mode to commentate.
Interesting.
I'm pulling up my thing. What was it last time I read? It was 17, right? Yeah, it says 16 here. So this will be the 17th time I've commentated Scorch Gorge Rainmaker in a tournament.
That's so many.
5 of them were not entertaining. What that means is there wasn't lead swaps below the 30-point mark multiple times.
It is definitely a map mode where you can see some wild lead stops if people start getting far enough. It is also a map where if you set up your specials right, you can definitely KO, and I will say that Healthy Diet Food Group specials definitely lead better to that.
I can't wait until Splatoon 3 is like 4 years old. Then I'm like, oh yes, 1,462. For my Scourge list, my wall's not going to be big enough.
That is double machine coming out here. Not something that we see very often these days, but definitely still very strong. And we are seeing the T-Tech coming out again from Healthy Diet Food Group. Seems that that's the pick they like for Rainmaker. Carbon still coming out, of course. But we are seeing the V-dualies over the Tetra dualies here.
Yeah, I think the Crab Tank is a smarter pick over than the Tetras. But the two machines from Watermelon, it's going to cause a lot of space control with those fizzies and the machine in general. But it slows down your comp tremendously.
It definitely does, but the way they were playing Double Splash, playing so heavily around that crab, does a similar thing. Because they're focusing so much on getting that special ready. And we are seeing just a great job here of getting that mid control from Healthy Diet Food Group.
Yeah, I think the machine also helps with being able to outrange the Carbon under the ledges, pressure it with Fizzy Bump and just the machine itself, and stay at a safe range. I was just noticing that engagement with some ledges. This game is just stalemate at the moment.
Yeah, and we are seeing that the Tetris here is running hot, so anytime they manage to get a pick on whoever picked them off last, or whoever has picked them off and just not died yet, which for a Tetra can be a lot of people, they manage to get Respawn Punisher off on them.
Turns out I've learned that you cannot, even if you die your own teammates by pushing them in the water, you cannot have haunt on. Yes, I tried it.
I had assumed that wouldn't work, but glad to know it's confirmed.
Yes, I know. But as the Rainmaker is being popped, the first checkpoint is gone. Allowing Healthy Diet Food Group to have that lethal explosive push potential. First checkpoint, always important.
Yeah, it is always important, and they did a great job there of not trying to push past it there. They knew that they didn't have the resources to, so they just held off, kept mid, which is so vital in situations like this to just maintain that mid presence because it prevents the other team from getting to your checkpoint. You really just want to guard your checkpoint, especially on this map mode where it can snowball so much.
Watermelon, they've got a trading advantage, not really an advantage anymore because they both evenly fought. But the Crabs are fighting, no one's able to really get too much space because Healthy Diet Food Groups are just trying to defend this checkpoint.
Yeah, Cutie Pie doing what they can here to try and get a flank off. Seems like they might be able to, but forced off by the Booyah Bomb, but they are holding two other of Watermelon's teammates back from really being able to get in there. And we are seeing Zilf go down too there, so it seems like this will be checkpoint to Watermelon.
Even just says, I'm gonna stop you here and now, but Watermelon, they've got the jumps in. Just Hyper, no they don't. Healthy Diet Food Groups has the jumps in. Oh my goodness, will they have a fight over the Rainmaker with the machine? Kirby says, I'm gonna get one, I'm gonna get two before, or get one before going down. Can their teammates follow up the trade scenarios? No. What a crazy engagement.
Yeah, Funky Eevee doing a great job there of getting that triple at the most important moment, securing that checkpoint for them. And there are 2.5 minutes left, which is plenty of time in Splatoon, but having that checkpoint broken when the other team doesn't is always so reassuring. Tetra has gone down again. We are seeing Ziff looking at this left side, trying to get this pick, able to. I will say the machines are probably also keeping a lot of pressure on that Bamboo, since the Bamboo wants to stand on those high points that the machine can so easily reach. Great use of triple strike there.
Yeah, Tri-Strike and the Zuka plus the Rainmaker shots are just forcing the members of Watermelon so far back and unable to hold on to the right ramp area that they wanted to hold on to. You're going to see another Booyah Bomb being used from Watermelon, keeping Healthy Diet Food Groups at bay. They're just trying to find some more opportunities with this Rainmaker. They get one. Are they going to be able to go further past this checkpoint? And no, stop at its base.
Yeah, Crab Tank doing a great job there of shutting that down. We are seeing the Bamboo still up here doing a smart thing and backing off, just being ready to once again try and secure that checkpoint, but now going for this pit and smartly backing off yet again. Just stalling them out in mid just a little bit longer. Splash is painting up for Crab. Nothing too surprising, but they do go down to that great bomb from the T-Tech.
Massive bomb because that Splash was very, very close to having that Crab Tank ready. Watermelon, they've lost their touches as well, but that's a trading scenario with Funky Eevee. Both teams trying to get to this Rainmaker. Both teams trying to protect the Rainmaker or splat it, and Kirby is going to say, I'm going to take you down, Zilf, but I'm going to fall off the map. Get a little bit quicker respawn out of that.
Yeah. Well, you actually don't get quick respawn when you fall off the map.
Wait, really? Not anymore?
Yeah. You haven't at any point in S2 or 3. Probably was different in S1 because quick respawn was wild in that game.
Yes, that's what I'm remembering.
Probably. But we are seeing Watermelon here really needing to try and get through that checkpoint. The Healthy Diet Food Groups knows that they can play it a little bit safe here as long as they still are being aggressive enough to maintain mid control. Great trip strikes coming out here from Healthy Diet Food Group, Ziff specifically, and we are seeing the machines just trying to find some space to work with. Looks like they might try and go for the greats, but no, they're going to go for right. They're going to go for the smart path, but do go down to the bamboo in the process, and it's just that splash up. Funky Eevee managing to call them out with that burst bomb.
They need to get this crab online. They need to protect their teammates' jumps. We've got no time on the clock. 15 seconds left for the tournament point. If Healthy Diet Food Groups can hold still in their defense, they will walk away with this tournament.
Funky Eevee does go down there. Rainmaker's about to reset. Great bomb.
They can't let it reset.
Healthy Diet Food Group.
They let it reset, and that's going to be the tournament. They couldn't grab it. All the bombs. Healthy Diet Food Groups threw, I want to say, 30 bombs at that Rainmaker, so they couldn't grab it. Healthy Diet Food Groups just punched their ticket in the Champions Circle for SAC.
Incredible gameplay out of them. Just really great job of knowing what each of their members needs to be doing at any given time. It definitely feels like they have a solid game plan and know what they want to accomplish at this point.
Wow. What a story for Healthy Diet Food Groups. Having some beef with Armageddon in the preseason podcast. Going up in Tournament 1. Getting the championship victory down in the bronze bracket. Getting a 5th place in silver. And improving all the way to gold champions. First place overall in the tournament. That is the stories that we love to hear.
I will point out that they also won on 2 of Watermelon Scouter picks. Not something that you see very often.
No, showing that they can play their comp anywhere that isn't brine water zones. Even though they could.
Brine water zone seems real rough for their comp.
Yeah, but it was really close. Even though it was
they put up a great fight.
Yeah, it was really bad, but it was so close.
One thing I would also like to point out here real quick is that they are playing an off-meta comp, which means that other teams are going to not exactly know how to deal with them as often. They know how to deal with the meta comps, but other teams have to adapt quickly to deal with them. So that probably did throw Watermelon off a bit.
Yeah, it completely did. And it was really, really interesting to watch the adaptations for Healthy Diet Food Groups, showing at where Watermelon like to hold on certain parts of the map. They seem to struggle to find their ways in on, especially on the Hagglefish game, and originally on the Brine Water game, but found their way in. The Hagglefish game, they were able to break through, but not fully able to break through on that Brine Water game, showing that they're a strong and smart team.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with that, I can't believe it that Healthy Diet Food Groups have made that the comeback story true. I had them, honestly. My predictions of having them in top 8 was after the first tournament. I was like, this might be one that might not hit. But with this victory, with all these points that they're going to get from this victory, I feel like they've got a really, really strong shot at playoffs.
Would be surprising if they didn't.
Honestly, we've had with how the rest of our strong teams have fallen silver. It could go either way. They might, if they have a bad showing or a no-show for Tournament 4, which is in 3 weeks for everyone keeping track, they might get that bubble spot, but they can really lock up a top half slot with another strong performance in 3 weeks. With that, Nox, I believe we are done with SAC Season 6 Tournament number 3. Where can the lovely people find you?
You can find me on Twitter and Twitch at NoxRaven42. And where can they find you?
Well, I want to say thank you for joining me. The people can find me. My personal accounts are at Genie7. That's GEENIE7 _ on Twitter. No _ on all other socials. I would like to shout out that our podcast is not coming up this Monday, not the next Monday, but the following one after that, which would be the 20th, because our next tournament is the 25th. I checked as the SOS Twitter with all the SAC updates. We've got a little bit of time off after doing back-to-back. But yeah, Raze and I will be back for the podcast the week before the next tournament. And you can all find me there. Make sure to send in your replay codes if you are a player. I will be in your DMs because I want to watch them and I want to get some clips of them. But with that, thank you all for joining us, and we will see you in a couple weeks.